approve. And second by Councilmember Harris.
Councilmember Cream?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Approve the minutes from last meeting. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start our criminal justice meeting for March 30th, 2026. It's our second meeting of the year. We're going to go a little out of order to respect the time of our criminal court judges who are present and have to be back in court. So we're going to ask that our first presentation be made by the Orleans Parish Criminal Court judges, led by Chief Judge Juana Lombard.
Pass me my glasses, please.
She got them in my purse.
Good morning, council members. Thank you so much for taking us first, and thank you so much for taking your time out of your busy days to listen to the court's presentation. At this time, criminal court has managed to maintain normal operations, as you're well aware. Oh, I'm sorry. Juana Marine Lombard, Chief Judge and Magistrate Judge for Criminal District Court. I am here with Kimya Holmes, the Deputy Chief of Criminal District Court, Rob Kasich, our Judicial Administrator, and Shannon Sims, our Deputy Judicial Administrator. And again, thank you all for having us here this morning. At this time, through the first quarter, as you're aware, we were cut like many other agencies last year. At this time, the court has managed to maintain normal court operations and to keep all of our services and pretrial programs running, including our specialty courts, our domestic violence program, our mental health court, our drug court, our reentry program, and our Veterans Affairs program, as well as our Rise After Release program. Again, that might be something we come back at later in the year to talk about, but at this time we have managed to maintain normal court operations on our more limited budget. We have instituted the case management system that we talked about for a long time. It went live in mid-November. We are in the middle of the data conversion still. The beacon system from the Sheriff's Office has not gone live yet. The two systems were designed to talk to each other. So for the past couple months, we have been kind of operating in a bifurcated system where the sheriff is still in AS400 and we are in CMS. It has caused some hiccups that we work through daily. And hopefully when Beacon goes live, we will have more accurate numbers, a more transparent system, and the two systems will communicate better, which will reduce the man hours that it is taking right now from the clerk and the sheriff's office.
Judge, there's a lot of sound like feedback coming from your mic.
Oh,
I don't know if we can have somebody from the staff correct that, but am I the only one hearing that?
No. Maybe if I sit further back. No.
I don't know, but maybe if we have somebody from the AV department eventually come and check it out. But go ahead.
Maybe I'll turn it and just project. Can y'all hear me if I don't?
We can hear you, but to hear this all day long, it may be a bit problem. So.
Let me turn mine off while I speak.
I don't think it's yours.
Okay. So we are still addressing those issues. Last year in New Orleans, in 2024, we did 153 felony jury trials, which represented about 27% of the trials statewide. And this year, 2025, our preliminary numbers are showing 137 criminal jury trials, which represents 24% of the jury trials statewide. We had 26 murder trials last year, which is actually more than some jurisdictions tried. I guess we could say there's about half the jurisdictions in the state did not even have 26 jury trials last year. I will let Mr. Kasich talk about the retrofit project. I wanted to just briefly touch on the numbers. At this time, we are operating with two primary law enforcement agencies, which is the NOLA Police Department and Troop NOLA from State Police. We have multi-jurisdictional task force. We also serve the Sheriff's Department, the Department of Public Safety, the Harvey Police, the Levy District Police, and all the university police around the city. So last year we had approximately 8,400 arrests made in state court arrests, resulting in about 29,000 charges that passed through criminal court last year. Weekly, we have nearly 1,100 defendants coming through civil court. Through criminal court this year. We do have, lastly, there is a lot of legislation. I give these numbers because there's a lot of legislation pending that will impact our court in various ways. We are paying attention to the legislation. We are providing numbers to the legislators as well as the city council. We are going there when necessary to give information. This is taking a lot of time right now up and away from our court system, but, not everybody's, just me and the deputy chief, I guess. But, so we just want you to be aware that we are aware of it. We are trying to make sure everyone has their accurate numbers, and we're trying to stay on top of it. But of course, our primary focus is still our dockets, which is why we thank you for taking us first, because we have trials waiting for us when we get back to court. Any questions?
Any questions for the Dez?
Yes.
Councilman Green?
Good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you all for being here. Do you wish to opine on the potential difficulties that might be presented by the reduction in the number of judges and the consolidation of the responsibilities? Because the public is watching, it's an opportunity to do so. And if it's not appropriate, that's fine.
So as judges,
Okay, that's fine.
even though we have our opinions, we can only provide factual information on legislation. We cannot oppose or support. I think, though, it's just obvious to anyone that if you reduce any business by almost 20%, it's going to have an impact on the day-to-day operations. Besides that, I don't think I can say anything.
Yeah, that's fine. And actually, it was really to get you to say some of the obvious. It doesn't have to be an opinion, but there'll be challenges because
there will be challenges.
Right, the tremendous challenges. You mentioned another statistic that in Orleans Parish, of the felony jury trials, we did 25% of what happened in the entire state. I want to make sure I understand that statistic. So we did 156.
Yes.
So throughout the entire state, all 64 parishes, I hope it's not 63, is it 63 or 4, I forget. But the bottom line is that what was going on that we had such a high percentage? I mean, obviously, we may have an issue relative to criminal activity, but the bottom line is that there's something else going on that you aren't seeing trials in other areas too.
Can't really speak on what other areas are doing, but Orleans Parish has, for the most part, always led the state in the amount of felony trials that we had. So in 2024, it was 153 jury trials that we had. Statewide, it was 563, so that was the 27% of the trials that we had statewide. And this past year, we were down a little bit to 137 trials, but that still represented 24% of all trials in the state of Louisiana. And like Judge Lombard said, we tried 26 murder trials. We had some parishes only having 20, or some parishes only having 15 total trials. And of that, 26 of our trials last year were homicide trials.
Okay, this is just an opportunity to tell the public so that they understand that 25% of the felony trials took place in this parish
alone.
I know you all have the work to do on the on the state level, but I just think it's important to the public to understand those sort of statistics, that of the remaining 60 plus parishes, if you spread it out, that remains a very small number per parish of jury trials done.
Correct.
And one of the reasons I believe that we have so many jury trials is because if you look at the composite of our cases, annually about 70% of our cases, sometimes almost 80, are crimes of violence and drug charges. I think according to the MCC report last year, 55% were crimes of violence, and then another 15% were weapons charges. So when you add those two, that explains why you're going to trial so much, because those charges carry mandatory minimum sentences of 5 years, 10 years, sometimes higher. And so obviously if you're looking at a life sentence, i.e. a murder trial, you're going to go to trial because nobody's going to plead to life, unless they're looking at death.
Right.
So that, I think, explains why we have so many jury trials. And I think, again, the composite of our docket being violent, even the misdemeanors are violent. I do probably more than half my docket is domestic violence and aggravated assault charges. When you look at that, it explains the difference between what we do versus what we're being compared to.
Could you talk to potential jurors? Because one thing that I have heard is contrary to what people think, that one of the reasons that you're able to do jury trials is that we have a good number of people who are willing to serve on juries who show up. Is that correct, or is that, and if so, I'd like you to either make an appeal to people to be willing to serve on juries, or to give the applaud where it is due in terms of those people who do show up.
We have, so at one point, jurors used to come twice a month. Now it's 4 times a month, so we only keep jurors now for a week at a time, which actually I think is a little more beneficial, because if you're selected for jury duty, you're only going to be in criminal court that week unless something goes over with a more serious homicide case or a multi-defendant case. We roughly have about 150 to 175 people coming in every Monday. Of course, we would love to have more jurors, because the more jurors that come, the more trials that can go. So if you have 12 judges looking at the pool of 150 to 175 people, and undoubtedly somebody will not be able to go to trial if all 12 of us wanted to go on any given Monday or Tuesday. So we are always looking for the public to come. You can even volunteer for jury duty, which a lot of people I don't think understand that. So I would just plead to anyone who receives that summons to please, please, please come. It's a civic duty. It's one of the most important things you can do as a citizen. And literally the wheels of justice would come to a screeching halt if we didn't have people who are willing to come and serve as jurors.
And how does one volunteer for jury duty?
They can just call the jury commissioner at Criminal District Court.
Okay,
And
thank
so
you.
we would plead not just to the people who get the summons, but to retirees, to people who are home, work from home, and have the ability to come and volunteer. It is a good way to learn what is going on in your system. It is a good way to, in the city, it's a good way to help combat what so many people consider to be a violent crime problem. And, some of our volunteers really find it interesting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Harris, any questions?
Yeah, just so quickly, I can see some of the renovations happening and taking place on the building every time I drive by, which is fairly often. So can you just give us an update on how that's going, how the jury rooms are proceeding, and what the timeline is?
I'll talk about 2 projects. Excuse me. The first project is the Wind Retrofit Project. If everyone's familiar with it, that's a project that the City of New Orleans Capital Administration was able to obtain federal funding to restore in the excuse me, the hardening of the building. That project replaces all 285 windows. I'm sorry. Yeah. And it's okay. All 285 windows. The project's almost complete. There's the project, from what I understand, has to be finished by the end of May. So we're really trying to step it up. We're having some challenges changing the courtroom windows, but most of the exterior windows on the outside have been done. They're working on the larger interior windows now, which is going to be the challenge. Thank you. The water ticking has been done. Some of the roof work has been done. They're working on the back sally port of the building now. We're hoping to have this done. We're doing everything we can to cooperate. The windows were delayed a little bit. The windows are coming from New York, from a historic company that makes historic windows. So that's being addressed right now. But the second question that you had mentioned was about the jury renovations. As you know, unfortunately, the city pulled that bond money, so that project is on hold right now. The design work of the project has been finished. It's on the shelf. So as soon as the city council is able to restore that funding, it'll be ready to be pulled off the shelf and begin package. So there's really no update to give you on that, other than the project's been halted at the moment.
But we have a design and we're ready to go once it's
The
funded.
design's ready. Everything's been approved. We're just waiting for the funding to do the construction part of that project.
Got it. The other slightly strange question is, now that there's more focus on filming, again in Louisiana after Sinners and everything, are you getting any requests to film inside the courtroom?
Any request that we get now, we refer to the city film office. It's just a challenge. Obviously, nothing's being done right now. The grand hallway has been boarded up. All the windows have been boarded up, so it's a mess right now. But we hope that it's a functioning mess we're going through right now. The judges have been amazing working with us to facilitate us getting in the courtrooms and getting the work done. The only other issue we have, and I know Judge Holmes can attest to this, is, I know everybody's got funding issues, but we're having major issues, and it's not property management's fault. It's just that they don't have any funding. Judge Holmes has been without an elevator in her courtroom for over a year now. That was a Hurricane Helene, I think, project that was on hold. Was that the hurricane? So we're still waiting on funding for that. We have several bathrooms that are out of commission, and property management just says that there's no funding available to assist at this time. I mean, literally, we have like 9 facilities, individual facilities that are out of service right now, which causes delays when you got a jury going to a courtroom and you got 55 jurors that want to use the bathroom before they go in, and you only have one working commode in one of the restrooms. So if there's any assistance you can give us with capital projects, that'd be great.
Okay, yeah, we can meet and talk about it. Thank you.
All right, any online comments, Nita? Okay, we do have a comment from Mr. Bert Landris.
What? Oh, Lodrig.
It's Bert Lodrig, sir, Lodrig. 3438 Annette Street here in New Orleans. Louisiana has 64 parishes. 63 of the parishes, judges preside over both civil and criminal cases. There's only one parish in the state of Louisiana that has separate courts for criminal and civil cases. It's New Orleans. Inspector General, then Ed Quatrevo, decades ago, stated that we have too many judges in this city for the number of cases that we receive. This is a big problem, and something needs to be done about it. We are in constant battle with the legislature. We always stick out like a sore thumb against the other 3 parishes. With these situations being recently cited, it's really time for change.
Thank you. Any other comments, judges? All right, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Next, we're going to go to our juvenile judges. Again, they have a loaded docket. We want to make sure that they get back to court as soon as possible.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready, judges, just introduce yourself and start your presentation.
Okay, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Candace Bates Anderson. I am Chief Judge of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court,
and I'm here with my colleague today, Judge Clint Smith, as well as our Judicial Administrator, Ms. Yolanda Johnson. We thank you all for the opportunity to present today before the Criminal Justice Committee. We here at Juvenile Court appreciate the opportunity, but have also been instructed that we should keep our presentation to 10 minutes, so we will do our best. Thank you. OPJC plays a vital role in protecting public safety while recognizing the unique needs and potential for rehabilitation in young people. Public safety is the foundation of a thriving community. When people feel safe, they are more engaged, businesses invest, and neighborhoods grow stronger. Our priorities center on prevention, preparedness, safety, and trust. Each of these requires investment in people, training, and partnerships. We continue as a court to focus on innovative tools and community-driven solutions. Technology is important, but so are people, partnerships, and outreach programs. We will share where we are today, challenges we are facing, and how we will continue to work toward our mission. Our vision statement: the judges of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court believe that through a unified voice and collaboration, the New Orleans juvenile justice system can be a leader in administering fair and equal justice, provide individualized, comprehensive, and effective programs for delinquent and neglected youth, and ensure accountability that builds safe, resilient families and communities. Our mission is to provide a court of excellence for children, youth, and families by enforcing the Louisiana Children's Code.
All right, and good morning. Our current budget and staffing: the court's approved 2026 operating budget is $3,007,018, reflecting a reduction of $342,437 from the prior year. As a result, the court was required to eliminate 8 critical positions. On February 2nd, 2026, the city implemented a revised hiring freeze policy, which has significantly impacted the court's ability to fill essential vacancies. In compliance with this policy, the court submitted and received approval of a hiring freeze exemption for a case manager's position, a role already funded within the court's 2026 budget. The court proceeded by entering the requisition into the city's neo-government system. However, after initial approval, the position was subsequently placed on hold, pending broader legislative discussions. In response to reduced funding, the court undertook careful internal deliberation and implemented a revised operating plan, including the difficult but necessary elimination of 8 positions. At present, the court also has 2 additional vacancies: a data analyst as of 1/1/2026, and a court clerk 2 as of 2/2026 due to resignation. As of today, we have received a 2-week notice that we created another vacancy for a law clerk, making a total of 4 key vacancies. As a result, the court will be operating with a total workforce of only 25 employees, further limiting its capacity to meet increasing service demands. Given the on-hold status of the case manager's position, the court has not moved forward with filling vacancies. This continued delay further strains operation and impacts service delivery. Now, the court fully recognizes the seriousness of the city's current fiscal status and challenges and remains committed to responsible stewardship of public dollars. However, timely resolution of critical staffing needs, particularly for positions already approved and budgeted, is essential to maintaining effective court operation and serving our community.
We are also going to address some of the overview as it relates to Senate Bill 217. Senate Bill 217 proposes structural changes to the court system in Orleans Parish specifically. Number 1, reduction in the number of judges. Number 2, addresses the overall administration of courts in Orleans Parish. Number 3 is part of a broader push to reconfigure judicial resources in court structure. And number 4, it is currently pending in Senate Judiciary A Committee. Last year, Orleans Parish Juvenile Court handled a total of 6,002 delinquency cases, 1,822 child in need of care cases, 170 traffic cases, FINS cases, informal FINS cases, adoptions, etc., for a total of 8,582 cases in families that were taken care of in Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. Also, overview of Senate Bill 217 has a sweeping reform that wouldn't completely restructure the Orleans Parish court system, consolidate multiple courts into a single unified court, as well as reduce the number of judges, merge administrative functions, including the clerk of court, and potentially absorb or eliminate Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, which is in House Bill 911. In theory, both Senate Bill 217 and 911 are about fundamental questions. Are we using accurate data to make judicial decisions about the judicial structure at Orleans Parish Juvenile Court? Because the decisions made as a result of these bills would directly determine how justice is administered, but in practice, both Senate Bill 217 and House Bill 911 propose significant structural changes, including the relocation of judgeships, consolidation of court functions, and potential restructuring of jurisdiction. Some of the things that the numbers don't show, at Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, a single filing does not represent a single unit of work. It represents a case that can and often does generate multiple hearings over time. It is a process in which children are brought forward to the court, sometimes as a continued custody hearing, in that same case filing, potentially an answer hearing, in that same case filing, potentially rules to show cause or rules for contempt, in that same case filing, sometimes a result of an adjudication, sometimes commitment reviews, sometimes dispositions, status hearings, probation reviews, permanency hearings. So each of these requires judicial time, preparation, and careful decision making. The OPJC data shows that as a result of the filings, 1,406 filings, it can sometimes result in multiple hearings that include in the amount of over 8,500 hearings, sometimes in a total year, which is done by the 4 judges of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. Judicial workload is largely measured using case filings. The data is then converted into workload estimates through the Louisiana Supreme Court's weighted caseload study. Let's be careful that we have to make sure that accuracy shows the amount of cases and the amount of times that a child might come in front of the judges of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. We have to ask ourselves, through our data system, if we're doing the best of our ability to do our counting and our filings, but making sure that we make certain that the lives, the community, the public, safety, transparency, equality, and the ability to see our kids as they come before the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court cannot be considered in a case filing alone. There's also some issues that go directly to our families. Not all jurisdictions report their workloads in the same way. Some courts include additional proceedings. Some courts count broader categories. However, at Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, we count filings, leaving thousands of hearings unaccounted for the amount of time that once a single filing is done or created and the amount of times that life might have to be touched. Sometimes we look at comparisons that are not always on even playing fields, but certainly we have always invited and offered the opportunity to see the work that occurs at Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, from trials to adoptions to child in need of care to permanency to delinquency to diversion to reunification, for child in need of care, for families in need of services, or even if you just need to come there in order to get an outfit from OPJC's closet. Data is not always fully reliable, but we are doing our best, even with not having the opportunity to fulfill that data position that has remained open at Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. We risk making decisions that don't always have the complete picture. The most important consequence is the quality of judicial oversight in juvenile matters could possibly be diminished. The issue is not whether the work exists, because it clearly does. Current data indicates that OPJC is operating with the workload equivalently to approximately far more judges than are currently on our bench. While we are staffed with 4 judges and limited staff, as we've presented to you all today, we are doing the work with 25 employees at Orleans Parish Juvenile Court under the City of New Orleans budget. We continue to move forward, push forward by working with community partners, collaborations with the District Attorney's Office through diversion, collaborations with Office of Juvenile Justice, collaborations with the Supreme Court, collaborations with the court, and collaborations with the community that we serve. Even the studies that have been conducted rely on averages and that all local conditions matter. At Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, the intensity, the frequency of proceedings exceed many of those averages. So we ask that before the opportunity is given to restructure, reallocate, relocate, continuously drop our budget, not allow us to complete and offer the positions that have already been approved, not allowed to fill those positions so that we can continue to do the work, that we would like everyone to just take an opportunity to look at reality. Look at reality at 1100 Milton Street and come to those doors and see the work that happens. In closing, this is more than about numbers. It is about ensuring that our courts and all courts, no matter what legislation is pending, what ideas are brewing, that we still, from the City of New Orleans, need the resources that were supposed to be allocated to us. At our initial reduction of our budget at the start of 2026, we agreed and we were able to find 8 positions and move forward in the reallocation. Now we have 4 additional positions that have been unable to be filled. We're working at half-mast with less than what we feel our community, our children, our judges deserve. We are trying to protect the integrity of the judicial process. We are making decisions that strengthen, not strain, the administration of justice. When the workload is underestimated and the system does not always adjust, the burden simply shifts to the courts and the judges and ultimately the public. We have presented information about our vacancies. We have presented information about just some of our small challenges, a security gate that has remained unable to be closed or locked since 2025, an air-conditioned system that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't, but every day we still show up in order to do the work that we were elected to do. We are still waiting for some of the promises that have been made as it relates to some of those positions. But again, we show up every day, and we will make sure that the public has an opportunity and access to justice, and that the children have an opportunity to be heard. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from the dais? Well, Judge Anderson and Judge Smith, I thank you for your presentation. Who is sponsoring? Do you know the person sponsoring the bills to reduce the number of judges?
Being sponsored by House Bill 217 and
217 is,
House Bill 911 and Senate Bill 217.
right.
Yeah.
So are you asking for the representatives?
Yes.
I think it's,
We can provide that to you. We have copies of all the bills
Yes.
we can provide.
I want to know, because I want to go on the record and ask whoever that representative is to come visit juvenile court, to visit criminal court before they sponsor a bill that would hinder the productivity of those courts.
so Councilman, the representative that's sponsoring House Bill 911 is Representative Disson Makin, M-A-K-I-N, out of Baton Rouge. And I think it's Mike McCarran is 911. 217, I do not recall right offhand.
Mackin and McCarran?
Disson Mike McCarran.
Well, regardless who, I don't want to mispronounce their names or get the wrong information out, but I would ask though, have they ever been to the courts?
To my
Your
knowledge,
knowledge?
they have not.
They have not.
So it's kind of difficult to say what's needed and what's not needed in the city that you never visit for
Would
these
agree.
reasons. And to go to reduce the numbers of court personnel in the courtroom that you never visited. It's clearly politically motivated, and I just would ask that those individuals who are suggesting that you all don't need as many judges or the staff isn't needed to visit the courtrooms and look at the work being done, and more importantly, look at the lives that could potentially be affected. Because while political games are being played in Baton Rouge, real lives are being affected in New Orleans.
And Councilman, we thank you for your continued support of not only our court, but also of the kids. We see you at JJIC frequently. I don't believe the public is aware how committed this council is to our kids. I have seen you there multiple times along with many others who are here. I know that we look forward to the continued collaboration with the council, with the city, to continue to improve in the lives of our kids and the safety of our community. So we thank you.
And I might add, too, that while the judges' salaries are funded by the state, our positions within the court are funded by the city. And we do have 4 key city positions that we are waiting on funding. Those positions were not part of the freeze at some point. They are key positions: case managers, staff attorneys, data analysts, so that we can provide accurate numbers, so that we do have somebody that's doing that work. And those are 4 positions that we are still waiting on hold from the CEO with the city of New Orleans. So if that was something that the council would be willing to look into, those are positions that are not funded by the state, so it should not be impacted by the legislation that is pending, but they have been put on hold.
That's correct.
Well, I don't know all the details about that, Judge, but I do know we have several employees, including the council members, on furlough, so it's hard to fund another agency when we can't fund our own.
Right. No, we understand. We just wanted to make it clear.
Point definitely taken. We have a comment from Mr. Bert Lodrick. Lodrick? Lodrick. Sorry for the mispronunciation.
It's 217.
Yes, Bert Lodrick, 3438 Annette Street. I'd just like to make an observation. My grandfather, who was a builder many, many years ago, Louis Charbonnet Jr., mentioned the proper usage of land. That location where the juvenile jail is built, that's prime real estate along Bayou St. John. Along Imperial Drive, that was a problem also before, where low-income housing was built on that area. So really, that's really an oversight on the selection of that location. Also, in marketing, it's taught that certain entities are built together. The court systems are built together. Stores are built together, so forth and so on. So it really, logically, it would be more efficient if the jail was built near, other civic entities. In addition to that, thirdly, in closing, I just don't understand how the Orleans Parish School Board has decided to replace McDonald 35 in building a school, within steps of a jail. It's just, again, it's just, absolute failure of the system. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Very welcome. Any closing remarks, judges? None? That's the end of your presentation?
Yes, thank you very much for your opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilman.
I appreciate your presentation. It's not your presentation to you, but I just want to make sure, because I get calls about all these things that are said publicly. There is no move on the part of the Orleans Parish Public School System to replace McDonald 35. Just want to make that clear. The Youth Study Center has been at that location for decades. I remember in the 70s, people used to talk about the Youth Study Center being at that location. That campus is created from something that already existed, the Youth Study Center. That's all. But McDonald 35 exists and coexists with the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center and the juvenile courts right next door. There is no move to close a school. That's all. That's a fact. Mr. Lodrick, you said that there was a move to replace 35. That is not correct, and I don't want to get the calls. I don't want to go to the community meetings based on misinformation. That's misinformation. You absolutely said that. You absolutely said that.
All right.
Okay, well, let me tell you, there's no move to
Judges.
replace 35.
Thank you, Councilman. There's no move to replace 35. That is soundly in District D.
You're right.
Ron
Every
Eagle
day,
Way.
including Saturday. That's on Ron Eagle Way. That's right.
All right, we're going to move to item number 3, and from here we're going to stay with the agenda. We don't have any more judges to present, so we're going to have presenters for presentation. For item number 3 to come forward to the desk, please. I think 3, item number 3. I think that's y'all.
I'll put that here.
And before you all get started, I just want to read a quick statement. So I want to thank our criminal justice partners, our DA, Chief of Police, members of the Judiciary, Sheriff, Police Monitor, and all agency representatives for being here and for your continued service. We value your partnership and look forward to working together towards our shared goal of a safer city. This committee is expanding its focus. We will respond to crime. While responding to crime remains critical, we are also committed to addressing the root causes that lead to crime. We are seeing a clear trend in juvenile crime, much of it nonviolent theft, that tells us we must do more to guide our youth, create meaningful opportunities, and support those most impacted before they enter into deeper trouble. To that end, we will be using the 10 pillars of a thriving community as our framework, examining the social, economic, and environmental conditions that shape public safety. Each meeting we will focus on one pillar with the goal of raising awareness and advancing policy, legislative, and budget solutions. We're fortunate to have a volunteer working group of dedicated professionals, professors to help guide this effort. Their expertise and more importantly, their willingness to serve is exactly what this work requires. So at this time, we will invite our presenters and have them introduce themselves to discuss the 10 pillars of a thriving community. The floor is yours. Thank you.
You want to introduce yourself, please?
Good morning, Dr. Raymond Delaney, Associate Professor of Criminal Justice, Southern University at New Orleans, and also CEO of Louisiana Council of Resources, a nonprofit.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Ashraf Ismail, Associate Professor of Criminal Justice at Dillard University, and I also serve as the Director for the Center for Racial Justice at Dillard.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Heidi Coleman. I am the Education Administration Specialist for Operation Restoration.
Good morning. My name is Katina Wharton. I am a professor at Dillard University. I'm also a local social worker for a nonprofit organization.
Good morning. I'm Bryson Shelton. I'm the founder and CEO of an agency called Release NOLA that helps 18 to 25-year-olds returning from incarceration with mental health issues and trauma.
So the floor is yours. You all can present any way you see fit.
Okay. So, thank you, Councilman. The first pillar that we want to address is economic stability and legitimate opportunity. This includes workforce development, paid transitional employment, immediate financial stability to those who are justice involved or justice impact and immediately coming from prison to the community, transitional employment, and access to different resources that would help them to obtain employment or to become a valuable candidate in the workplace. This is important because stable employment reduces violent crime and the idealism behind why people commit crimes. I recall back in 2017 when we, I think in June of 2017, there was a bipartisan bill passed and several individuals, over 500, were released from prison immediately. And when we conducted that survey with the participants, there were three main categories that came out of that survey. The first one was housing. I won't talk about that yet. The second one was transportation or access to reliable transportation. And third was careers, not jobs. These are the voices of those impacted by the criminal justice system. And I believe that those items are still relevant and prevalent today, not just uniquely to New Orleans, Louisiana, but throughout this country and throughout this state of Louisiana. When you look at the key component of economic stability and legitimate opportunity, those component includes livable wages, where people can afford to ascertain housing. As we all know, not living in a stable housing can create all kinds of other psychosis. So we must have livable wages where people can go to job and become a productive citizen. We also find it very important that we present opportunities to become credentialed. As you know, that times are changing. You got artificial intelligence. Even at my school, as soon as when I'm dealing with the youth that are just coming into the classroom, I'm not teaching them to run away from artificial intelligence, but I am teaching them how to rely on it as a tool and an aid, not as a crutch. And so that's a process, and I think we should take this opportunity as well as a city as it relates to legitimizing our workforce. I do believe it's going to take a concerted effort, and that effort is just as they did in a bipartisan agreement in 2017. We can do that today, starting here and moving forward. I worked with the Foundation for Louisiana, and we did a landscape analysis, which I would love to present one day, and also see if we can take that opportunity as a group here to conduct that landscape analysis as well. And we found a lot of similarities as it relates to the different parishes that are the highest in recidivism rates. And those things that we found was the gainful employment, looking at fair chance employers, education and job skills so that people can be productive and change their life and the way that they think. So that's the first pillar. I only had 2 minutes, so I hope I made my case.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you.
Housing is next.
Mr. Bryson.
Bryson.
Housing.
Right, here in New Orleans, stable housing has been a challenge for a couple of decades now. We know that due to the wage gap and the wage deficiency and relying upon the hospitality industry, most residents in the New Orleans area are on a poverty level or beneath the poverty level. Housing stability in New Orleans, housing instability continues to impact thousands. United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, 580,000 people are homeless nationwide. So formerly incarcerated individuals are 10 times more likely to experience homelessness. Local housing crisis, over 50% of renters are cost burdens in New Orleans. Several struggle with affordable housing units. Average housing units for a one-bedroom is $1,000. I work in housing. My main job is in housing, and what I find in the housing field is the insurance rates and things of that nature has caused landlords to go up in the amount of rent. right? So with the landlords going up in the amount of rent, that means the housing programs that we have to house the unhoused drive the price up, and it makes the people that can afford housing, it makes it even difficult for the regular citizen, right? So barriers to access, criminal background restrictions, no rental history or poor credit, limited or unstable income, right? We know here in New Orleans we are motivated and moved by our systems of festivals, carnival, and things of that nature. So we are a seasonal city, right? So most residents rely on those seasons to make a nice chunk of money to be able to carry themselves over, right, with their rent portions. During those gaps we find, especially in the industry that I'm working in, that's when people struggle the most with being able to maintain their rent. Recidivism and public safety is also a part of the housing crisis. Lack of housing, increased risk of reoffending, unemployment, mental health crisis. Just speaking on that for a second, most individuals coming home from incarceration do not have anywhere to stay. Even if they wind up staying with a family member, there's still pressure from that family member to get right back to being able to help pay with the bills and stuff like that. In most cases, that leads these individuals to struggling with mental health, anxiety, depression, all those things that cause recidivism down the line. One of the issues, trauma-informed housing. Many individuals face incarceration, community violence, and chronic instability. Most times violence is born from desperation, right, and survival. We look at violence and crime as a thing like people just wake up and do it, but in most cases, it's because of desperation or just trying to simply survive. We all know this already. It's shown in stats all over the place. Excuse me. Affordable equals stability. HUD standard housing should cost 30% of income. Individuals start with low wage income. Problem. People get housed but can't maintain it, right? So based under the current system, the average rent, if it's not HUD related in the city of New Orleans for a 1, 2, or 3 bedroom, averaging around $1,500. If you want a 1 bedroom in a nice neighborhood, that's about $1,500. I'm a social worker and I bring home right now roughly about $1,700 every 2 weeks. So I even fall in the demographic of those individuals that can't really afford housing in the city of New Orleans doing the work that I do. In closing, in New Orleans, the challenge isn't just getting people housed, it's keeping them housed. Real solutions require more than a roof. They require access, support, and stability. When we focus on stable, affordable, and secure housing, we don't just change individual lives, we strengthen the entire community. Thank you all.
Council,
Thank you. Yes.
just want to add to that. If we want a safer community, we must expand access to affordable housing, protect residents from displacement, and ensure our policies do not criminalize poverty. I think there is some opportunity here for us to look at modalities that will create pathways and trajectories for ownership, home ownership. I think that there are transitional housing and residential housing that have modalities that are working, but if we fund them properly and address those things that are critical to each individual, because it's a unique individual, especially when you come to women. Women are displaced at a higher rate as well. Those opportunities can be created for home ownership, which would also increase the value of our communities. So thank you again for us to address the first 2 pillars, and I'll turn it over.
Our colleagues are not here for pillar number 3, strong social cohesion and formal social control, fairness, legitimacy, and institutional trust. We will cover that the next time we meet. And we're going to move on to pillar number 4, youth development and educational pathways.
Thank you, council members. The Youth Development and Education Pillar focuses on ensuring that young people have clear and supported pathways from childhood and into adulthood. That includes strong schools, but also includes mentorship, after-school programs, workforce exposure, and real opportunities to see a future for themselves in their communities. When those pathways are strong, young people stay engaged in school, build skills, and connect to careers. When those pathways are fragmented, they can fall through the cracks. Research shows that youth violence peaks during the after-school hours between 3 and 6 p.m., highlighting how important structured after-school programs and youth employment opportunities are for prevention. Research also shows that relatively small investments can make a measurable difference. For example, summer youth employment programs have been shown to reduce violent crime arrests among participants by approximately 40%.
That tells us something important. Investments in youth pathways are not only sound education policy, but they're also some of the most effective prevention strategies we have for strengthening community safety. In New Orleans, we're proud to say that we are performing better. We are performing better academically, but yet 1 in 7 young people between the ages of 16 and 24 are considered opportunity youth, meaning they're not currently in school and not working. And it's my understanding we're the highest in the country, the state of Louisiana. They are disconnected from both education and employment pathways. What that tells us is that young people lack potential, rather that too many young people lack clear and accessible pathways to opportunity. When young people have mentorship, structure, and meaningful work, they are far more likely to stay engaged and connected to their communities. When we look across high needs areas in New Orleans, we see communities with strong cultural foundations and families deeply invested in their young people. What we also see are opportunities to strengthen the system to support youth success.
And in New Orleans East, particularly around the Willows, geographic distance can make it difficult for youth to access programs around the city. Strengthening school-centered youth hubs and transportation access can help ensure that after-school programs, mentorship, summer employment applications or opportunities are truly accessible. Across all 3 neighborhoods, this lesson is clear. Young people succeed when they can see a pathway forward. When we invest in clear pathways for young people through education, through mentorship, and meaningful work, we are investing in long-term strength, stability, and the future of New Orleans. Thank you.
We're going to shift to Pillar 5, Mr. Bryson, health, mental health, and trauma services.
I'm going to do the mental health.
You're going to do it? Go ahead.
Mental health, mental health, trauma, and crime. In underprivileged communities, the issue is not simply crime. It is the result of untreated trauma, limited health care access, and systematic gaps in support. From a professional standpoint, it is critical that we understand that individuals are often navigating environments where trauma is going to be constant, services are inconsistent and unavailable. There is also a misdiagnosis among African Americans. Black Psychiatrists of America just held a conference here in New Orleans, and what they said was, we have an issue of misdiagnosing of bipolar, psychotic disorders, particularly among Black patients, due to lack of cultural responsiveness. According to the Center of Disease Control and Prevention, exposure to adverse childhood experiences significantly increases things like depression, substance use, and violent behavior. I have a few statistics that kind of shows how we compare to the national average. When we're looking at suicide rates among the national average, well, here in New Orleans, we have 15.7 per 100,000. Among the national average, we have 14.1 per 100,000. Mental health shortages, we have 93% of the population, and we have a national average of 38% of the population. Depression diagnosis, we have 26.6% here in Louisiana. The national average focuses on about 18 to 21%. Here in Louisiana, in particular New Orleans, the ratio of residents to psychiatrists can exceed 20,000 to 1. We can also tie mental health to incarcerated individuals. Approximately 64% of incarcerated individuals have a diagnosis mental health condition. Suicide as our leading cause. Suicide is the third leading cause of death for Louisiana residents ages 10 to 24 years old. In closing, when individuals are provided with the appropriate tools, the resources, and the support systems, they are better positioned to transition from survival-based behaviors to goal-oriented and community-focused living. Thank you.
We're going to skip past number 6, physical environment and urban design. Our colleagues are not here, so again, we'll address this at the next meeting. We're going to shift to number 7, trustworthy, legitimate policing and justice system. Turn over to Mr. Bryson.
Bryson Shelton again. Trustworthiness, legitimate policing, and justice system. We need not make any mistake. I was doing the research for this particular pillar and realized that the police department and the justice system in the New Orleans area has been doing better than they had been doing decades ago, right? So the citizens of New Orleans are traumatized based upon issues from the 90s and the early 2000s with over-policing due to the crack epidemic, where stop and frisk was a major thing. Just going to the corner store in your neighborhood was, if you leave out the store, the police could stop you just for any reason because you looked like you were doing something you didn't have anything to do. So the community has not moved past that, even though we have signs that things are changing, right? Trust in law enforcement is not about crime reduction. It's about legitimate fairness and whether the community truly believes in the system. In New Orleans, progress is happening, but trust is still uneven, and the gap matters. In most cases, most of the individuals in New Orleans don't even assist the police with certain things because they fear that something they have going on, or a family member have going on, might create an issue for that individual. That's a part of the problem even with witnesses, right? Most witnesses are afraid to come forward because they think some kind of way that their name is going to come up and they have to deal with neighborhood retaliation, right? So that's a part of the issue as far as the community goes. Current data-driven, this just came out as early as 2026, 55% of residents reported satisfaction with New Orleans Police Department. That's an 8-point increase since last year, right? That's 53% black, 59% white, and 66% feel safe citywide. 87% safe in their own neighborhoods. People trust their experience daily, not the full system, right? So in certain neighborhoods that's still kind of over-policed, people still have a skewed view of the police system and how things go, right? So they are more likely in those areas to be resistant to the police, more violent behavior and things of that nature is what the article talked about when I did this research. Key issues impacting trust: inconsistent community trust, policing practices and community harm, right? Higher stop and frisk activity has been linked to increased violent crime, showing that aggressive enforcement strategies can damage both trust and police safety. Transparency and accountability. A lot of citizens don't feel like the police department is transparent in the things that they do, right? Or the judicial system in general. Officers' mental health and internal culture, right? Officers need to be allowed to have mental health services available to them, trauma, counseling sessions and things of that nature without fear of retaliation or losing a job based upon those things. Building a better system. Community-based policing. When I was growing up in the 90s, we had police that stayed in our neighborhoods, right? Like, there were residents in the neighborhood, so you knew on certain streets that Officer so-and-so stayed there. That's not a thing that we see much in New Orleans these days, right? And that was something that was very pivotal back then. Strengthen accountability, shift from enforcement to prevention, data and community voices, trauma-informed policing. This is the role that the community should play. active engagement, accountability on all sides. One of the things we're big with at Release NOLA is teaching families to hold their family members accountable, right? Most times people don't hold their family members accountable, especially when it comes to crime, because they feel like they'll be overcharged or something like that. So you might have a cousin that you know is wanted for a particular charge, but you won't turn them in because you're afraid that the charges will increase. But if people knew that the judicial system was going to be fair to their loved ones and the people in their community, then it would be more in order to, assist the police with certain issues. Coordinate with purpose. So that means the community and the police department and the justice system all need to coordinate. Support returning citizens. That is a big thing here in the city of New Orleans, people coming home from incarceration, right? We just spoke on that. Housing, jobs, employment, and mental health services. A lot of times with people returning home from incarceration, we focus on get a job, get a house, but we need the mental health aspects of it to the wayside. Most of these individuals have been in situations where before incarceration, they were dealing with stress and trauma due to the neighborhood they were growing up in. Then when they got to being incarcerated, they had to deal with learning the rules of being incarcerated and how that society works. So we all know that when you switching environments for long periods of time, it does something to your psyche. So then you come home to an environment that has changed for many years since you've been gone, and you're being asked to just catch up and get a job and get somewhere to stay. But the mind needs to be retrained to understand that the things that went on while incarcerated don't apply to out here, and people need to have compassion along the way. So those are the things in which we feel that would help with trustworthy, legitimate policing and justice system. Thank you.
Our next pillar is access to services and daily necessities. This pillar focuses on something that is really practical. Whether residents can reliably access everyday resources that support stability. That includes food, healthcare, childcare, transportation, social services. Access is not simply about whether they exist somewhere in the city. It's about whether people can realistically reach and use those services in their communities. When we look across high-need areas in New Orleans, we consistently see a few common patterns. First, many residents are navigating multiple systems at once. They're trying to access healthcare, employment, childcare, social services, and those are often located across different areas of the city. Second, services are frequently geographically fragmented. That requires long travel times, multiple appointments, and complex coordination. Third, even when these services exist, they're often difficult to navigate, especially for residents who are balancing work and family responsibilities or re-entry after incarceration. At the same time, these communities also have strong assets. They include deep social networks, trusted community organizations, and residents who are deeply committed to their neighborhood and family. There's a policy opportunity here, and that's to better align services with the daily realities of these residents. This could include co-locating services so residents can access multiple supports in one place, strengthening transportation connection to jobs, healthcare, and childcare, and investing in community-based organizations that help residents navigate these systems and access these services more effectively. When these essential services are accessible, coordinated, and located where people live, families are better able to stabilize their lives. As this work continues, we also look forward to developing ways to measure how these pillars show up across these neighborhoods and where these gaps remain. When we reduce the barriers to meeting daily needs, we make it easier for the residents to succeed, and that is one of the most direct ways that we can strengthen communities across this city. Thank you.
We're going to shift for pillar 9.
I think for the last two, actually, our colleagues are, you got a number? Okay, sorry.
Number 9 would be cultural identity and pride. the reality in the city of New Orleans, culture is everything, but the very communities that created that culture are being pushed out. Rising housing costs, displacement, incarceration have disconnected people from their roots, families, and neighborhoods. When people lose connection to their identity, they lose sense of belonging, self-worth, and accountability. One of the things I've been working on with the coalition is trying to get the Mardi Gras Indians and social aid and pleasure clubs to work together in order to do things within the community. They are truly not just our culture bearers at this point, but they are those people in each community that the community deals with in respect. One of the things that I've been getting from them over and over again is a lack of trust, right? Like, we spend our money to do this thing for the city to hold the culture, but they sometimes feel like the city is not showing them the love back in return, right? So that's one of the big things, feeling disconnected from the community. The effects of this is higher crime rates, lower civil engagement, and increased mental health struggles. If y'all notice, we have a repeating theme, right? Incarceration and mental health through each one of these pillars, right? So that's something that I feel like we really need to focus on while we're working on this coalition. Poverty rates are around 22% in the city of New Orleans, right? Why culture matters. Culture is not just second lines, food, and music. It's identity, history, survival, and pride. I myself is a member of a social aid and pleasure club, and I come from a family that were Mardi Gras Indians, right? And what I have noticed, most of our younger people do not even know or understand why social aid and pleasure clubs were created in the first place. They enjoy going to second lines, but they don't fully understand that original social aid and pleasure clubs were pillars of their community. They did events in the community, help people pay bills and stuff like that. And the actual second line was a culmination of that at the end of the season, right? So a lot of younger people, they don't even notice about the history of second line or the social aid and pleasure club culture because it's just viewed as partying at this point, right? That's one of the things that's lost, even down to the historical Tremé area, right? A lot of our young people don't know that throughout history, that area has maintained and stayed basically a culturally black neighborhood throughout decades in New Orleans, but they don't know that. So those things are why we need to stay connected to our culture in the city of New Orleans and push our culture to the younger generation. Without our culture, there is no pride, and without no pride, there is no New Orleans. Thank y'all.
Well, at this time, that concludes our introduction of our 10 pillars. These are pillars that we've been working over the last 2 months, kind of highlighting the areas that we want to work on under your leadership and the Criminal Justice Coalition. Moving forward, we want to really kind of break these pillars down. There's a lot of areas in work, and hopefully with the resources of the council, we can move forward to make proper adjustments moving forward.
Thank you, Doctor. We're definitely going to break down each pillar at future criminal justice meetings, but we want to just give everyone an introduction as to what we're going to be discussing moving forward. So any comments from the dais? Councilman Green, Councilman Harris, none?
No, I just want to thank you all for your work and for introducing to the public the 10 pillars, and just to let you know that we all know that whereas things are moving in the right direction relative to crime reduction, there's still so much more that can be done, that we don't have to be a city of any crime whatsoever. I guess I do want to say that I want to ask you all to be deliberate about letting especially young people know that public services are there to assist them, that there's no need to be antagonistic relative to, law enforcement, even fire department, even EMS. Sometimes I see that. There's a general, not a general at all. Some folks have a distrust of government that unfortunately means that government can't deliver to them the services that they need. Just yesterday I was on Claiborne Avenue for an aftermath of the downtown Super Sunday, and I saw an accident where a motorcycle crashed into a truck, and the guy was flipped over a couple of times, and he fell onto the cement. But immediately, citizens reacted, and then the first people to show up were the fire department and the police department afterwards. And I saw the interaction amongst the citizens who were concerned about the injured individual and those members of the law enforcement community who showed up. That just reminds me that there are so many benefits to be gained when there's a feeling of trust and people work together. So I just want to encourage you to, and I'll assist in whatever way it is that I can, to encourage young people, especially since you brought that up, to recognize that government assistance in terms of law enforcement and public safety can work with them, and that there's no need to immediately be antagonistic. Yesterday was a good example of how citizens and law enforcement and public safety came together to save or to help an individual. And I just want to see that going more throughout the city. And the citizens who were there first, who responded, were pleased when they saw the police show up and EMS show up and remained on the scene in case they could help that young person who was injured. So that's all. It's just a generalization that I want to work with you, and you all continue to work. Let's let people know, especially young people know, that there are resources that can assist them on the public safety level that they should take advantage of and work with them.
Yeah, Councilman, thank you for that. I always say we are a nation in crisis plagued by trauma. So a lot of things that we're facing today is systemic and it goes way back. But what I like about today's meeting and the meetings we've been having for the last 2 months is that we're all intentional. And it's accountability is paramount for all of us. And so we will do just that to ensure that our youth are educated, that awareness is taking place. Because even as a criminologist, I often wonder, are we, facing apathy or antagonism? I'm sorry, I got tongue twisted. And but I think today and moving forward, we can change that trajectory because we are doing the work at hand. So thank you for this opportunity, and we appreciate y'all.
Thank you. All right, we're going to have some public comments. First from Ms. Scott. Ms. Scott, you have
We're finished.
D and B. So I'll take that back. So let me ask you this. We have a couple cards. They have different sections that you want to speak on. So Ms. Scott, you have D and B listed. B has already gone. And D has not presented yet. So do you still care to speak?
Yeah, I would like to speak about the pillars.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, members of the Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Shantae Scott. I am the mother of Jace Lee Scott. As you discuss the pillars of a thriving community, justice, equity, and public trust, I am here to tell you that none of those pillars can stand without accountability. My son, Jace Lee Scott, was murdered November 24th, 2019, by NOPD officer Victor Gant's son, Andrew Gant. For over 6 years, my family have been seeking truth and transparency about what happened that night. A thriving community requires trust in its institutions. But when protocols are broken, when families cannot access records, and when questions go unanswered, that trust is damaged, like the Councilman Eugene Green just stated. And my trust has been damaged by NOPD and the criminal court system. Justice is not just in concept. It is something families must be able to see, feel, and experience. And I haven't, due to the corruption of NOPD officer Victor Gant Jr. He broke protocol. And if we are serious about building a thriving and equitable community, then we must also be serious about accountability when it comes to systems that fails families, like mine. I'm demanding that the city should have a community police accountability council so families like mine can get the proper justice. My son Jay Scott mattered, his life mattered, and a truly thriving community must reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I just want to be very clear. You filled out 6 cards, or you? Okay. The next card is on subsection G, so we haven't gotten there yet, so we'll call this card when we get to section G. Next, we're going to have Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. Ms. Dashelle Williams come to make a presentation. Ms. Williams, just introduce yourself, and you can begin your presentation.
All right. I'm Dashelle Williams. I'm the Executive Director of the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. And today I bring with me Ms. Kyla Muse, who's our training coordinator at JGIC, and also our grievance officer, Mr. Compton Peters, who's our chief engineer, and Mr. Gabriel Bordenave, who's our fiscal manager. Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
In our first quarter, JJIC, we took in 84 new admits, with the top detention charges were robbery, assault and battery, remanded from court, and illegal carrying and discharge of weapons. We had 0 critical incidents in the first quarter, and we discharged 86 youth. We have 8 youth pending OJJ transfer, with the average length of stay is 113 days for our youth. Our youth demographics is basically average age is 15. We have 10% female, 89% male, with 92% of the 89 being Black, African American, 6% Latino, and 1% white non-Hispanic. JGIC also has an intensive in-home community supervision program. Currently enrolled, we have 18 youth. We service 73 youth and families in the first quarter. 73 youth were enrolled, 16 successfully graduated, 10 were unsuccessful, and 0 were rearrested. Through our medical and behavioral health services, with our contract with children, with managed family children's, we service 67 youth a day, according to our average daily census, 190 mental health visits, 153 medical visits, 66 social work visits, 139 sick calls, and 21 outside off-campus appointments were completed. Children's Hospital also hired a new clinical manager, Ms. Catherine Stoner. 1 full-time nurse is pending. An additional full-time social worker is pending after retirement of one of the last social workers. And transition is in progress from paper charts to epic charts. Travis Hill NOLA, which provides education inside of JGIC. We had 2 graduation ceremonies this quarter. We had 5 graduates. 65% of the students passed the fall leave test. 60% of the students are with us for 90-plus days, that were with us for 90-plus days, grew 2 grades level in reading. 40% of the students that was with us for 90-plus days grew 2 grades level in math. And we have an upcoming graduation, I want to say for the latter part of June of this year. As far as summer enrichment, students will have the opportunity to recover credits, earn new credits, and participate in enrichment activities. And for the middle of the school year, we are preparing for the spring ACT test. Testing complete with 100% participation. Restorative practices continue with students and staff participating in circles, with some led by students, and 100% of released students are re-enrolled in community schools. All right, this is the highlight. Our JGIC in the partnership for structured rehabilitative programming with Ubuntu Village. So This has been a long time coming. I've sat before the council many times talking about bringing back structured programming to enhance the quality of life for the youth at JJIC. Programming began in March. It takes place 7 days a week. It's a busy, busy schedule inside the agency. 30-plus hours of programming per week. To date, 66 youth have participated in programming with the topics including painting, tutoring, basketball, gaming, social emotional learning, yoga, mindfulness, art therapy, music and video production, podcasting, grief therapy, sexual health, wellness and awareness, anger management, conflict resolution, and dance therapy. All right. Now this is the not so cute part. Our human resource updates. We have, as you all know, critically understaffed with middle management and direct care staff. Hiring freeze all positions, and so we truly understand that the city is in a crisis. We've been in this crisis prior to this administration coming on, but we are doing the very best we can at JGIC to maintain with the small staff that we have. At this time, I'll let the Chief Engineer of Infrastructure, Mr. Compton, speak to the infrastructure status at JGIC.
Okay, good morning, members of the council. As far as building maintenance and infrastructure at JGIC, it is in a critical condition. Last year we did some repairs on the chillers, but we still, there's still work to be done. The coils are bad. To bring it in perspective, the chillers are on our roof, and through the years of hurricanes and just weather wearing it down, it has reached to the point where we really should be considering replacement, because if we replace the coils, you know, I mean, they are like 14 years old as far as the chillers go, and especially because they're out in the weather like that, it really takes a toll when you have hurricanes and stuff. A hurricane may not damage it, like to make it where you have to replace it right away, but it erodes over time. So we are at the position where we should be considering replacement. Repairs will cost approximately $250,000 to get new coils so that they could be back to 100%, or replacement would be like twice that amount. It'd be like $200,000 per unit, and we have 2 units. So that's something that I know the city doesn't have money, but it's something that we'll be looking at, and we'll be making a bid to try to see if we could secure some type of funds, because at this rate, if we just do nothing, we're not going to last. We're not going to make it through the summer. You know, we'll be really, and there's no windows. So we're able to get the generators fixed, so the generators are fully functional. And there's also, for the cameras, we have like 68 cameras that are out, and well, every area is critical, but like the gym and many of the residence halls, some of the cameras are out. There's 68 in all, and we need a server to replace it at a cost of $40,000. So hopefully we'll be able to get funding to match this. Yeah. Also, we had a project that is in process of replacing the grinder pumps for the septic. JJIC is a unique facility because of our occupants. They will throw everything down the toilets, and it will cause problems for sewage and water board always having to come and clog our drains, our sewer lines. So back in 2019, grinder pumps were installed on the lines, but they were not adequate. They're not adequate. So there's a project in hand that is supposed to replace those grinder pumps so it could be more effective, because right now we're always having to call the plumbers to unclog lines. So, but I think because of the funding, that has stalled also. So that's another project that that is critical to JGIC, that we're hoping that it will look better for funding.
We have a question.
Thank you for that and the update on your facilities. Is there any way that you can send all of the council members a breakdown of the costs for each repair that you need?
Yes.
And did you approach the state at all for any capital outlay money?
No.
That might be something that you want to do, is reach out to your representative and senator to see if there's any money available from capital outlay from the state.
I will follow up.
Councilman Green?
Well, bringing up the state, as Councilmember Harris did, puts me in my position to say one of the reasons that we have such a tremendous deficit problem in our city is that we have a hybrid of organizations that, for example, just the juvenile courts that were here recently, the state pays the salaries of the judges, but the city pays the salaries of all of the other employees. And they are all there on state charges. The state determines the age, for example, if they're going to be tried as adults and the like. I could go on for a while, and you all know kind of what I'm going to say. We have all got to ask the state for more. I don't care if it's an organized fashion in which we come together as a council with organizations that have financial needs, but we're going to hear from other offices where the city of New Orleans assumes the charges or the payment of bills for entities that work with individuals, all of whose charges are state charges. It's not municipal court, it's state charges. And now during this budgetary crisis that we're having, which is real, we're beginning to see a little bit more about how this city, which has a less than $1 billion budget, provides funding for and support for state responsibilities for a state that has a $53 billion budget, 51 to 53, whatever it is. We have all got to get together and ask the state for more, and the state has got to be willing to help. I know that in the past it was easy for the city to assume all of the responsibilities relative to state operations that we assume, whether we be like yesterday on the city responding with 4 different agencies to something that happened on a state thoroughfare, whether it be the city of New Orleans decommissioning and working with encampments that are on state property. The state owns the Superdome, the Convention Center, the arena, everything along the navigable waterways, brings in billions of dollars based on city activities and support, and yet we provide so much in support of the state operations. So my conclusion is that I want to work with you, and we should all work together, and we should ask the state for more assistance, whatever we have to do. And that's capital outlay, and it's also direct appropriations, because the state has the money. They choose to do with it what they want.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So just to highlight again some of the successes that JGIC experienced in the first quarter, we returned to rehabilitative therapeutic and structural programming. We finalized our medical and behavior service contract. We successfully implemented our new jail management software, e-supervision through Tyler Technology, and JGIC has aggressively reduce and successfully maintain within approved budget limits our overtime. So again, we are doing all that we can to show the city of New Orleans that we understand. We know we are in a crisis, and we are not just going rogue with the revenue that we do have.
Well, thank you, Ms. Williams. Any online comments? We do have a comment from Tony Jones. We ask that you give your name and your address, please. Thank you.
Hi, y'all. My name is Tony. I live at 2111 Domain Street. I want to speak on the juvenile question. And, you know, when we're talking about resources that the juvenile system has, I think that can't be separated from the unequal outcomes that Black youth have experienced that lead to such a strain on resources of our juvenile system. What I mean by that is in our 2024 bias-free policing report by the NOPD, we saw that 80% of all arrests were Black and only 17% were white. This is not because Black people are criminals, but because we experience unequal outcomes at the hands of NOPD. And it may be the state, you know, working through the cases, but it is the NOPD that ends up arresting our youth in the first place. And the reason this is a concern for me today is that when these youth get these unequal outcomes, they experience that not only as youth, but when they grow up or when they don't have the chance to grow up, like in the case of Judicial Scott, who was murdered and had his murder improperly handled by the criminal justice system. And when we see that happen, we need to demand that the NOPD actually start treating Black people, especially Black youth, with the same fair treatment. And I think if this council wants to work towards equal outcomes for our youth, they need to start with accountability in cases like Jace's, and I would ask the council to tirelessly investigate Victor Gant in order to get him properly fired. I would like the council to be our friend in this and not our opposition, and we'll have more to say to that later.
All right. We have a late comment card from Ms. Sean Coleman. Sean Coleman.
Hello, how y'all doing? My name's Sian Coleman. I'm actually here for Junius Coleman. My son was murdered November 2nd, 2022 at the New Orleans East Library, where they ruled it suicide, and my son wasn't suicidal. I seen my son the morning and the night of his death, and he had no suicide tendency. He was lured to the library under a pretense from his baby mom. He also, the policemen that I see involved is Robert Marsha Thompson, Donald Sharp, Max Schuyler, Keith Sanchez, Darrell Doucette, Perrine Gaines, Kevin Burns. I talked to all these, and all they wanted to be was suicide, and my son wasn't suicidal. Also, they took them 2 years to give me pictures from the coroner's office. And the coroner's office pictures showed that he had knots on the left side of his head. He got a gash in his head. His teeth knocked out his mouth. He also, someone called me from his phone at 1:45 p.m. And how could he call me from his phone if he did? How could he beat himself up? How could he knock his teeth out? You know, a lot of my son's crime scene was staged. And that's all I'm here for, in justice for Junius Coleman. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, we're going to have the Sheriff's Office come up and make a presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
And thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the work of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. We always appreciate the chance to return to this body and share the progress that we've made. Congratulations to the new City Council. I look forward to working with you for the remainder of my term. Today's update is going to focus on measurable progress on public safety, facility security, and community engagement. We're going to talk about our continued commitment to safe and constitutional operations and the work we are doing to prepare OPSO for the future. Today I have here with me Chief Jaworski Mallet, Chief of Corrections, CAO, Chief Administrative Officer Troy Glover, and Senior Executive Assistant Kashana Jones-Lee. And to start off, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Mallet for an update on our facility.
Good morning, members of the council. I am Jay Mallet, Chief of Corrections. Today, March 30th, 2026, the jail population is 1,276. Of that 1,276, 1,126 are pretrial detainees. 150 are Department of Corrections inmates. That consists of those that are sentenced, parole violators with open charges, and just parole holds waiting on parole hearings. A custody breakdown, today we have 409 high security inmates, 476 medium custody, and 381 low security. Orleans Parish Sheriff Office has earned national accreditation from the American Correctional Association, which is the governing body for jails and prisons in the country. It was a very rigorous audit. You have to have 100% on mandatory standards. That's dealing with safety, emergency preparedness, staffing, and healthcare. Orleans Parish received 100% compliance on those mandatory standards. You have to receive 90% on non-mandatory standards, and the agency received 100% on those as well. Moving on to facility upgrades in regards to hardening. Orleans Parish Sheriff Office renovated 260 cells in our high security units and our administrative segregation units. That renovation entails surface mounted locks to address the locking deficiencies and continuous hinges, which run along the base of those cells, makes it a little bit harder for the population to manipulate and tamper with the cells and the locks. That represents 35% of the facility. We also increased hardening of the facility by installing additional razor wire and perimeter fencing, and this was done as a containment measure to limit and eliminate further breaches of security. Turn it over now to Chief Glover.
Thank you, Chief Mallet. So I want to first say a little bit about our jail management system that will be coming into play over the next few months. This is a huge success for the administration and for the criminal justice system at large. It'll help to alleviate some of the kind of barriers that we have in place with communication between some of the agencies. Next, I want to talk about some of the departmental wins. This is, I know, one of your favorite things that we do. Councilmember Green, we've been continuing with our victim support meetings, ensuring that we're supporting victims of crime. We're proud to say that we have Dr. Ryan Bailey, who's the academic psychiatric medical director for our facility, who was elected president-elect of the American Psychiatric Association. Dr. Bailey is not only the first African-American president elected, but also the first psychiatric medical director in a correctional setting elected as well. That's amazing news. I think that sets the standard for how we're trying to do psychiatric care for residents in custody. A few marks about partnerships that we've been working on with the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. We welcome in Representative Eamon Freeman to our day reporting center. We actually secured a $125,000 allocation from the state to support our domestic violence issues. I know that matters a lot, especially considering that the city is under such huge financial constraints. We have a few initiatives that we've been working on, like our opioid clinic and our reentry hub, that we'll be proud to get up and running. And last but not least, we have the Travis Hill School, which is the school in the OJC one that serves young people in custody. Had 49 young people earn their diplomas over the past year. That's a huge testament to the staff of Travis Hill, Byron, their CEO, and the rest of the administrators and teachers and leadership in the jail. We're proud to continue to support the Travis Hill School and ensure that they have everything that they need, even while being severely understaffed, to continue to serve our young people in custody. We haven't heard about Mardi Gras. I just want to shout out all the agencies who stepped in and played a part to keep the city safe and ensure that we had a successful Mardi Gras. We partnered with 27 agencies statewide and had over 175 personnel over 10 days. We had our booking bucks in the French Quarter to provide additional support, and we had folks all across OPSO came in and step out for Mardi Gras. Lastly, I want to talk about the transition. As you know, this administration will come to an end on May 4th. We've been working with Sheriff-elect Michelle Woodford and her transition team. We are hosting weekly meetings to ensure that they have everything that they need. We've done comprehensive facility tours of civil and criminal court, the training division, the day reporting center, our fleet kitchen warehouse, and any other department that they've requested. We'll continue to meet with them over the next few weeks until the transition happens to ensure that they have everything that they need, and working to ensure a streamless process as the new administration takes hold. With that, I'll turn it back over to Sheriff Hudson to close us out.
And I just want to mention real quickly, as it's been in the news as well, that we are closely monitoring the the chief medical officer situation at the jail. Our partners at Wexford Health have brought in 2 physicians to replace Dr. Andrea Blake, who led this organization for close to 10 years. She did an amazing job, and she will be missed. Wexford continues to be our partners in this, and they brought in 2 new physicians to keep care going. And we've been able to report that MedPass is still going on. Sick call is still going on. So we're going to work with Wexford on that as well. I also missed Deputy Chief Christopher Goodley, who is over our Field Operations Bureau. He is here today in case there are any questions about that. But to close out, our commitment to safety and accountability and service to this community has not wavered. OPSO is not just maintaining operations. We are building for the future, whether I'm serving as sheriff or not. It has been a true privilege to serve as sheriff of Orleans Parish. This role has been one of the greatest responsibilities of my life, and one that I have approached every day with purpose and a deep respect for the people we serve. I want to sincerely thank our deputies, our civilian staff, and our partners across the criminal justice system. The work that we do is not easy, and it requires discipline, resilience, and a commitment to showing up every single day, often under difficult and demanding circumstances. Over the course of this term, we have faced real challenges, but we have also made meaningful progress, strengthened operations, expanded programming, and continue to move this agency forward. I'm especially proud of the men and women of OPSO who have remained committed to professionalism, accountability, and public safety. That consistency is what keeps this agency moving forward. I also want to thank this committee for your partnership, your oversight, and your continued engagement. This relationship is critical to ensuring that we are serving the city in the way that it deserves. And while my role is coming to a close, my belief in this agency and its people remains as strong as ever. Our commitment to safety and accountability and service to the people of New Orleans has not wavered, and I'm confident it will continue moving forward. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, we're glad to answer those.
Thank you, Councilman Green.
Yes, Sheriff, thank you for your willingness to serve the public, and certainly you're making that presentation because I guess this is a quarterly meeting, so we won't see you again at this meeting, but I just want to say that, your willingness to put yourself forward for public service is greatly appreciated, and certainly wish you the best in your future endeavors, and you know how to reach me if there's anything that I can do, to assist. I do want to ask Mr. Glover or anyone there. Unfortunately, we lost in New Orleans to death 282 people last year. Even though that number is down, it's still a tremendous number relative to opioid and fentanyl overdoses. A tragic figure, which interestingly enough is greatly reduced from years ago, but over the years, we've lost so many residents to opioid and fentanyl overdoses. So I wanted you to talk just for a second about what is going on in the opioid clinic and what you might suggest and tell the public relative to ways that they can get assistance if they are, if they have an issue in that area.
Well, I just want to note before Chief Glover goes into the details that one of the reasons that we brought in a new medical and mental health provider was because we were not providing the medically assisted detox within the facility. So that was really important to bring in a new provider to help that work, and the numbers have just grown since we've brought that in, which started in 2024. So, Chief.
Yeah, so thank you for that comment. I think that's an amazing point. We're in the process of trying to finish up the final touches to an initiative called HAIL OJC that essentially continues the care and continuity for folks once they leave custody. I think when we're talking about opioids specifically, I think people forget or neglect the fact that that's a huge role in public safety. A lot of the folks that come through the jail, we used to have about an 83% recidivism rate, a lot of folks who were either sick or poor, and some who committed serious crimes, but we've reduced that, and a lot of that has been to ensuring that we are at least doing our as best as possible to serve the whole person once they comes into custody. And so HAIL OJC will be an initiative to work with our medical director to ensure that once someone leaves OJC, they have any prescribed medicines that they need, and that they're continuing to have connections with medical providers and case managers once they leave to ensure that they don't continue to make some of the mistakes that they made in the past.
Is that something that you envision could be a permanent part of the sheriff's office system, or should it come from somewhere else?
Yeah, I think that
there's clearly, and I know certain facts relative to numbers, a lot of people who overdose were involved with the system. I'm going to watch my words carefully, but they were involved with the criminal justice system in some way or the other, and unfortunately, we're not able to kick the addiction.
Yeah, I think the Sheriff's Office plays an important role in ensuring and doing everything that they can to fight against the opioid crisis, as well as community partners who partner with us. But the Sheriff's Office absolutely plays a critical role because we have the folks in custody, and we know what their medications are, and we can do a proper handoff to ensure people continue the treatment.
Who would it be a handoff to?
They hand off to both medical providers, pharmacies, and case managers off-site. So there's a pre-release component and a post-release component as well.
Okay. And over time, I mean, whatever your roles might be in that, I hope that we can continue to work to reduce the numbers, but the numbers are still staggering.
Yep.
282 people, but a couple of years ago, it was 400 and some.
Yeah.
I mean, we just got to do something to help those who are most vulnerable to people who distribute those products, and also they just get the products one way or the other. But that's a number that I'm going to be talking to Chief Harrison about too, because at the end of the day, one of the biggest public safety issues in our city, and one of the concerns is the number of people that we lose in our city to drug overdoses, fentanyl and opioid overdoses. So maybe I can talk to you and we can talk about how we can play a more prominent role, in reducing those numbers.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Do have 2 comment cards. Any online comments, Ms. Anita? No. Okay. First, we have a card from Tony Jones, and then from Antonia Marr.
Good morning, Tony, 2111 Domain Street. When talking with the jail, I think first we have to speak to Hudson's record. And, when I first got started in this work, it's because of Susan Hudson in a large part, because Hudson is not innocent. We remember how in 2022 there was a jail uprising, and instead of coming to a reasonable negotiation, myself, Tony, Felix, we were out there and we heard the corrections officers beat and use munitions against those incarcerated. And, I don't think I could speak without breaking that up, but rest assured we will be also holding Woodfolk accountable, but she's no friend to public oversight. And I bring up the uprising because those issues have not been resolved still. People wait months or longer in pre-trial just to get to court to even be proven whether or not they're guilty or innocent. Yet those who have connections with the NOPD often don't spend any time detained despite multiple investigations. Victor Gant didn't have to spend any time detained despite the fact that he killed Gerald Arthur. That's not an accusation. There was an autopsy. He killed this man, and then this officer is not doing detention time. I see that the chair of this committee is looking on his phone. I'm acknowledging that others aren't even here, as if the quarterly reports is something that committee members don't have to pay attention to. But it's not just Victor Gant who avoids the horrible conditions in the jail. It's also his son, a killer. And that's not an accusation. Convicted in court. Andrew Gant is a killer. Didn't have to dwell in those conditions. Why? Because his father got him out on a low bail, despite the fact that he killed J.C. Scott. He killed Chase, and that was found in court. And we're going to keep on speaking about this until we actually get y'all to acknowledge the need for an investigation to...
Thank you. Next up, Ms. Marr, please. Just to let everyone know, moving forward, we're giving everyone grace, but if your comments are not germane, we're going to be respectful to everyone in the audience and everyone's time, and we will shut off the mic. So everyone has an opportunity to speak, but we're going to demand respect and keep your comments germane to the topic. If not, your mic will be shut off.
Hello, my name is Antonia Marr. I'm at 2522 La Harpe Street in the 7th Ward. I'm here today. I know that the jail has gone a lot of scrutiny in the past several months, but I do also, I appreciate your progressive stance in terms of not cooperating with ICE at the jail. That has meant a lot to the organizing community. But we also know that among the issues that the jail is facing, overcrowding is a really big issue. We have seen, as Tony Jones said, a lot of people are in the jail for a long time without being able to go to trial. A lot of people's families have issues communicating with their loved ones at the jail and, getting them the resources that they need to make sure that they're fed, they're taking care of their medications. And I, again, want to, I think something that Tony said was important, and it is germane, and that is, how does the jail serve the public? Who has to spend time at the jail? Who has resources to communicate with their loved ones? And who suffers the brunt of, not having access to city resources, not having access to accountability, not having access to justice in their cases? And, we are here today on behalf of the demanding justice for Jace Lee Scott. We want the jail to be accountable to the public and all of the public. And part of these meetings is also, holding accountable people in the police department, people on the jail staff who don't serve the city but seek to serve themselves.
Councilmember Green, you have a comment?
Yes, Sheriff.
Councilmember Green?
Sheriff, before you leave, and because the issue of overcrowding was brought up, and I was going to ask you separate, but I ask this question from time to time about the state's responsibility relative to those who are incarcerated in terms of transferring them out of your facility to the state facility, which certainly would have an impact on overcrowding. How many of those persons who are incarcerated at the local level should be under the jurisdiction of the Department of Corrections and transferred?
Chief, about 100.
150. Of that 150 is a combination of parole violators, some with open charges, some just being held waiting on a revocation hearing. And the remainder of that is sentence. So I can get you a breakdown if you need that.
But it's 150?
Yes, approximately.
We assume that the average cost for incarceration of a person in the OJC is thousands of dollars a month, right? Because it's about $50,000 a year. So $4,000 a month. So 4,000 times 150 is a cost that the city assumes that the state should have assumed because they should do their job a bit better. I want you to help correct me with the wording that I use because I am going to be a stickler because the city has had to furlough its employees. The city has had to reduce the number of employees that we couldn't fill jobs because of an obligation on the obligations that we have that we assume that should be assumed by the state. So help me to use the correct wording to encourage the state to handle its responsibilities relative to those 150 individuals.
Yes, sir. And we meet regularly with the state, and they are actually doing more pickups for us than I think around the state because our federal court that's over the consent judgment is also watching very closely. So we continue to work with them, look at the numbers, and continue to ask them to come pick up people, and they do. But it's also a rolling target because when one person leaves, another person gets convicted that day, right? So it's a continuous kind of loop. But we will definitely continue to share the information.
The state could be doing better.
They pick up more. That would be great. But around the state, most of their prisoners are in jails. As far as the numbers are, there just aren't enough resources in the state. So yeah, most of the state's prisoners are in local jails.
It's a big burden on the city of New Orleans budget. I just want to continue to make that clear as we see criticisms on a state level of everything that happens in the city of New Orleans. And you know that this is not directed at you, and I've been consistent with this message. If the city of New Orleans is going to furlough its employees, if the city of New Orleans is going to have hiring freezes, if the city of New Orleans is not going to be able to provide resources, I am going to be the one person amongst the many who will say this, is that I can't have the state criticizing the city as if the city is always wrong and we're not doing the right thing. So I just wanted to bring out that statistic.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to section F with NOPD. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Scott? While we're transitioning, Ms. Scott's going to have a comment. Ms. Scott, I respectfully ask that you keep your comments germane to the topic. If not, your mic will be turned off.
I'm aware. Good morning. My name is Shantae Scott. I am the mother of Jace Lee Scott. I want to address the issues of custody procedure and accountability with the Sheriff's Department. One of the questions I continue to ask is, why was law enforcement officer involved in the custody process of his own son, who murdered my son?
Ms. Scott, respectfully, that's not germane to what we're talking about. Not the sheriff. We're going to go to the clerk of court's office. You can bring up the clerk of court. We're going to go to the clerk of court's office. The clerk, the criminal clerk. So, Ms. Scott, we're about to start a new presentation, and we want to give you the respect. Right, but now it's just you can speak, but now it's just not the time. So we're going to have the criminal clerk of court speak, please. So NOPD hasn't spoken yet, and Ms. Scott, I truly sympathize. So, yes, ma'am. It's all good. I understand. I know this is sensitive, but we're about to move. Yes, ma'am. Clerk of court, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Unfortunately, the clerk, Darren Lombard, couldn't make it here this morning. He had an obligation in Baton Rouge. He just wanted me to come before you to kind of address a couple of issues that we're dealing with over at the clerk's office. I know there's a hiring freeze, but we have some critical positions that that are not new positions that are just vacant. And so we really want to kind of take a look at the process to get those positions hired. The other big thing that we're dealing with is, as you recall last year, there was an issue whereby a lot of our files were, under the last administration, taken to a landfill. Well, the clerk's office staff, they went and gathered those documents, but we need some funding for remediation. We have all of these files boxed up, but they need to be remediated by a professional company that can sanitize them and get those documents ready so we can kind of put them back in our file. And the last thing that we wanted to address was expungement funds. When we presented before the City Council with our budget, we were told that there were some funds that we could be used for expungements. We did receive some funds from the state of Louisiana, and we gave out over $50,000 of expungements. But we also have some additional funds that we were promised by the city. I think Joe said there was some type of special fund that was set aside for things just like that. And we're just not really sure how to access those funds, but we do have a lot of expungements that are kind of in the pipeline that we want to get those taken care of. And that's about all I have today.
Councilman Green, any comments? None? All right, thank you. I think we got the DA's office teed up. DA Williams, the floor is yours, sir. Floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Councilmember Green. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today for this quarterly update. We do believe that this is an important moment, not just because it marks the first presentation to this chair and to this reconstituted committee, but because it comes at a time when our city is experiencing something that many once thought was out of reach: sustained historic reductions in violent crime. And I want to be clear that those gains were not done and achieved in isolation, nor were they achieved by simple serendipity. Just a few years ago, in the wake of the pandemic, our city faced a surge in violence across nearly every single crime category. Together, with the help of this council, with our law enforcement partners, and with the community, we made a deliberate decision to change course. We directed strategic focus to the individuals, locations, and behaviors that were truly harming our communities. We invested in data. We invested in trust. We committed to a full spectrum approach to public safety, from crime prevention to complex prosecutions. And the numbers bear out that it worked. Today, we're seeing the result of those strategies in real time, but I want to be equally clear about something else. This is not a time to wave a victory flag. certainly not a time to take our foot off the gas, because at the very moment we are seeing these gains, the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office is operating under more than a 30% reduction in funding for 2026. These cuts come on top of years of already lean operations. I want to be clear, we are not here asking for money. We're not here to complain. We understand that we are all in the exact same boat, and these will be austere times for this council, for my agency, and for every other agency in the city of New Orleans. We understand that you all have very, very difficult decisions to make. And as a person who sat in those chairs not that long ago, I don't envy it. We just want to make sure that we never get to a point where the reductions and the cuts are so deep that we lose capacity, that we risk losing the progress that we fought so hard together to achieve. The District Attorney's Office began reducing staff when we first started hearing about the first of the budget crisis, and we will continue to do so. But we want to make sure that we can always meet the demands of the moment. Our workload, as you can imagine, is not going anywhere. Regardless of the conversations happening at the state legislature about restructuring and about the volume that exists around the state and in this parish, the volume and complexity of cases in Orleans Parish is the highest in the state. It remains to be real, and this requires experienced prosecutors, strong partnerships, and sustained resources. So today we're going to walk you through very quickly the progress that has been made, the strategies that got us there, and what it will take to sustain, but more importantly, build on this momentum. It's not enough to achieve goals and talk about successes, but we need to set new goals, more aspirational goals, because we can do better, and we must do better for every member of this community. One homicide is too much. One grieving mother is too much, and I hear that. Because the cost of losing ground in public safety is far greater than the cost of trying to build it back up. We thank this body for the partnership that we've had, and we look forward to continuing this work together. Turning to the first slide, delivering a safer community through data, accountability, and partnership. At its core, our work is about delivering safer communities through smart, strategic, accountable, and coordinated execution. This is not theoretical work, it's operational. It's how we make daily decisions about where we focus these resources, how to prioritize, how to deploy our assets in the most effective way possible. And importantly, it is the work that depends on strategic coordination, not just within the DA's office, not just within and between prosecutors, but across every single level of government. Not just our partners at the NOPD and the LSP, but our partners who put up streetlights, our partners who deal with lead abatement in our water lines, because everything is connected. Turn to slide 2, the historic public safety gains that we realize have been lauded across the country. The results of this coordinated work are very clear. Between 2022 and 2025, we have seen significant reductions. Armed robberies are down 70%. Non-fatal shootings are down 59%. Murders are down 55%. And non-fatal shootings down 61%. These are not just statistics, these are fewer families devastated, fewer neighborhoods traumatized, and fewer lives lost. These kinds of reductions only happen when a system is aligned and is consistently and strategically executing day in and day out. Turn to slide 3, no dice. You've heard it talked about. A number of different agencies, a number of different parts of the city are talking about no dice because it works. Data driving results. A key driver of these outcomes has been the strategic work of this unit. It's a unit that we built a few years ago. This is a precision-based approach that combines crime data, calls for service, and direct community input. Walking these broken sidewalks with neighbors, walking these broken sidewalks with grieving families, with clergy, with business owners, so that we understand the lived reality. We use that information to identify specific locations, driving violence, and we deploy coordinated responses to target those areas. And in those areas, we've seen reductions in gun violence as high as 80%. What makes this work effective is not just the data, it is the coordination behind it. All of the people playing a role, council members, legislators, FBI, ATF, NOPD, Department of Transportation, Infrastructure, Environmental Factors, local agencies. This is a whole of government approach, focus on specific problems in specific places. And to talk about the nuances of this work, I want to let you hear from Keith Lampkin, the chief architect of this work, to walk you through some of the nuances of No Dice and a number of our quality of life efforts to try to improve the lived experience of the people of this city. Chief Keith?
Thank you, DA. And as I look at the day, just looking at Councilmember Green and Chairman King, you guys are no strangers to our No Dice work. It's really been a case study in what it looks like to break down silos across agencies. And we've seen some truly remarkable results in your district, Councilmember Green, in the chairman's district, and with all of your colleagues' districts as well. I think about Hardin Park, and I think about some of the work we were able to do there by making some infrastructure improvements, by increasing lighting, by returning youth recreation to Hardin Park, what that has meant for that community. The DA and I still get what seems like weekly updates from the 18th Ward and Nord about the programming that's going on there. And there's a vibrancy in that neighborhood and on that park that when we did our initial walkthroughs was missing, and that neighborhood really deserved. We are now focused in New Orleans East. We've been there since just before the turn of the new year with our partners from Communities of Hope, which, as everybody knows, is an interfaith, interdenominational coalition of faith leaders who don't all pray the same, but who have all come together for a common good. They've all worked with their congregations to better the communities they serve and those streets and those residences that surround their campuses. And we are building toward a huge convening that's going to happen on April 13th, where we're going to come together on a priority list and on the changes that have already been made. I'd like to say that even though there are some new council members on the council now, they've already quickly engaged with No Dice. And we've got some major things brewing that are going to be some good announcements that are going to come up soon. In fact, before we got here earlier today, I was meeting with Wildlife and Fisheries and with NOPD about some issues that are happening in a few of our pockets where you've got some rural land. So we're just excited about the way this thing has all come together since the DA instituted this effort a couple of years ago. It has paid dividends time and time again, and we're going to continue to double down on the things that work. And we're looking forward to more positive results in the coming year.
Thank you, Chief Lampkin. Turn to slide 5, the homicide unit's impact on this community. I was in this chair before this group some time ago, and we had the title of murder capital of the country. And I said to you all that if you all funded a homicide unit, the next time I appeared before you, we would not be the murder capital, and we delivered on that promise. But it couldn't have happened if you all had not leaned in and weighed in so that we could put that strategic effort in place, and it's paid off. Our homicide unit continues to operate at an exceptionally high level. Over the past 2.5 years, we've maintained a high conviction rate in homicides. We've improved outcomes year after year by building stronger cases using technology, using social media, using AI, working more closely with NOPD investigators, attending more robustly their GRIP meetings, with them more robustly attending our charge conferences. That strategic coordination has never been better. And it's not just between me and the chief and my leaders and NOPD leaders, but rank and file, prosecutors and detectives, with each other's cell phone numbers, working hand in hand from beginning to end so they can take a case from probable cause to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That efficiency, that strategic coordination matters. It saves time, preserves resources, and delivers justice faster. This is hard work. This is serious work. This year, we have resolved about 40 homicide cases and indicted another 25 more. We have also successfully handled a number of complex retrials. As you know, some of the Supreme Court rulings required cases to be retried. People got new jury trials because of the Ramos decision. I've tried those cases myself. Chief Durbis, who you'll be hearing from, has tried those cases himself. It is a lot harder to retry a case because everything's been laid out on the table. And it's notoriously a much more difficult case to prove. Securing those convictions despite significant evidentiary challenges is tough, but we've delivered. I believe strongly in leading from the front. I will continue to try cases myself. You will continue to see me in the courtroom next to my lawyers. You continue to see Chief Durbis in the courtroom with young lawyers because he doesn't believe in just telling people what to do. He believes in showing them how to do it. We will not ask our attorneys to take on challenges that we are not willing to take on alongside them. So with that, I'd like to introduce to you the architect of our homicide unit who continues to bring the best out of the women and men who do this work, Chief Matt Durbis.
Thank you, members of the City Council. I just want to take a moment to talk about, I believe last time we were here, we really focused on the vertical change, meaning switching to a unit where the cases are assigned to a prosecutor once the indictment comes in, to really shifting to a new model where every attorney in the homicide unit is on an up list. Each attorney is assigned a homicide case upon an arrest being made by the NOPD detective. And so that prosecutor is going to have that case from the very beginning, after the arrest, when they just have probable cause to make an arrest, and working with those detectives and those sergeants and other members of NOPD to make sure by the time we get to indictment, that prosecutor is extremely familiar with the case, has worked with the detective, has developed a relationship with witnesses, detectives, and really gets to a point when we are indicting a case, we are not just indicting a case that we have probable cause to believe someone committed a crime. We are indicting a case where we feel confident that we can go in just a few weeks, if the world operated like that, really try that case. Our mantra has always been trial ready at indictment. It's not always the case with respect to DNA testing and some other evidence that is outstanding. But I think it's paid huge dividends in terms of having a dedicated unit of prosecutors who can really work hand in hand with detectives from the beginning of a case and see it through to its end.
Thank you, Matt. Turn to slide 6. Our Saki and Sexual Victims Unit, Special Victims Unit highlights our sexual assault kit initiative work is focused on addressing cases that historically went untested. These rape kits were untested and unresolved, and when they are, we are able to snap in to work. These are often older cases, cold cases, that required significant investment and reconstruction. But the mission is quite simple. Ensure that survivors are never forgotten and that accountability is pursued wherever possible. Our Special Victims Unit, led by Michelle Jones, also handles some of the most sensitive and complex cases in the system. That's a unit that we built soon after our homicide unit. Severe child abuse, human trafficking, and the sexual abuse of children. Truly some of the hardest work that happens in our office. This is where a victim-centered approach is absolutely critical. The way victims are treated from their first interaction through the life of a case directly impacts the outcome of that case. We work with Children's Hospital. This team obtained a human trafficking conviction just this past Thursday in Section G of Criminal District Court before the Honorable Nandi Campbell, on the heels of convicting a child predator in trial earlier this month. Resource allocations have actually allowed us to bolster their capacity in 2026, providing critical relief valve in handling of those cases, which are truly some of our most disturbing cases. these positions are not optional. These are essential to achieving justice. Turn to slide 8, a full spectrum approach of the public safety model. Our strategy operates across the full spectrum: prevention, community engagement, and early intervention. Intervening, targeted, data-informed deployment. Enforcement, strategic prosecution of high-impact individuals. Sustainability, long-term coordination across systems. One of the most important elements across all of this is trust. When you had the group presenting on the pillars, trust came up time and time again because we've had generations of mistrust in the criminal legal system. But over the past few years, we have worked very, very hard, whether it was through our CRD or our victim witness unit or our community-based no-dice approach, to invest in trust. When people trust the system, witnesses come forward and they cooperate. When people trust the system, they stick around after 911 is called to talk to the police. When people trust the system, victims participate. When people trust the systems, jurors engage and show up for jury duty. That trust strengthens every part of the system and improves outcomes across the board, and improves the system and improves this community. Efficiency and cost reduction. We've made significant improvements in efficiencies across the office. In our screening division, case acceptance rates have increased. Charging decisions are faster and the cases are stronger. We have also rebuilt a culture of trial readiness. More cases are being tried in Orleans Parish than ever before. Higher state cases are being handled successfully. Defense counsels and defendants understand that our lawyers are prepared to go to trial when the case is set. And defense counsel has all the discovery and evidence so that they're prepared as well to move forward. Nothing is hidden. No Brady violations. All of this has been done while maximizing very, very limited resources. Slide 10, sustaining progress in the midst of this budget reality. We've got to face the reality that we are all dealing with. Our office is operating under more than a 30% reduction in funding for 2026. We have already reduced staff and will continue to do so. There are more layoffs coming, even as we were just beginning to reach our levels necessary to meet the current demand. We have been extremely disciplined and creative in managing our limited resources, shifting resources to the highest need areas, reducing operational costs where feasible. But even with those efforts, we remain heavily reliant on the dedicated funding that we receive from you all. And there are limits to what efficiencies and reallocation can truly achieve. At the same time, the workload remains substantial. Approximately 4,000 criminal court days annually, increased demands from major events, tourism, and multi-agency investigations. When you hear the state talking about our population not being what it was pre-Katrina, you don't hear them talk about the fact that when you hear about a shooting on Canal Street, when you hear about a shooting in the French Quarter, oftentimes the perpetrator is from a different parish, and the victim they are shooting at is from a different parish. And that beef that is spilling out into our streets and wounding our service industry workers and shutting down restaurants from being able to take reservations all spawn from another parish because they came in town to enjoy New Orleans. So the transient population that is always flowing into this city has to be counted in New Orleans' numbers. So I want to kick it to my Chief of Staff, Micah Entz, to talk about what we're doing during these austerity measures to meet the moment, and meet the moment with less in everybody's wallet than we had this time last year. Chief Entz.
Yes, so we have, by mid-April, we will have eliminated at least 20 full-time positions. We We've done that gradually over the first quarter, and I have a couple more of those to do today, actually. We are reallocating our resources to the highest need areas. We continue to enforce stringent restrictions on overtime. Basically, it's virtually non-existent in our office. This might mean that the trial assistant operating your PowerPoint has to leave as you're starting your closing argument because they've reached their 40 hours. They have to go home. It's inconvenient, but we understand our responsibility. In terms of operating costs, our attorneys right now, they are going into court without the most recent code books because we were only able to order a handful of them this year, so not every attorney has one. We have further strengthened restrictions on travel for victims and witnesses in our cases. And we have canceled subscriptions. We're attempting to renegotiate contracts or eliminating them altogether. And we're really down to essential spending only. And that means sometimes I deny the DA's spending requests, but we will make sure our budget aligns, and we're doing the best that we can.
So in order to wrap it up, I will just say the one thing that I think we can all agree on. The success we've gained cannot be negotiable. We must sustain this progress, and the only way we can is with partnership. The pathway forward is about sustaining what's working, which means maintaining the strategies that have reduced violence, maintaining the continual coordination across agencies at every level, and preserving the personnel and expertise required to handle this very, very difficult work. Public safety is a shared responsibility, and the progress we've made belongs to all of us, and I can't thank you all enough for the partnership that we've had.
Thank you, D.A. Williams. Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. DA, for being here this morning and for your work in general. I have a general question relative to funding. It's a shame that we have to lay workers off and that we are under policies involving furloughs and the like. When the state of Louisiana has such a tremendous budget. So I'm going to ask you a question that if you need to get back to me to get specific, how are other small cities funding their efforts relative to district attorneys and the like?
It's a struggle, and it's a hodgepodge. You look across the state and you look across the country. I meet with elected prosecutors throughout the state and throughout the country asking and looking for new answers. The honest answer is no prosecutor's office has done it well without some municipal city funding and making it as strategic as possible. There are efficiencies that can be had in terms of technology, in terms of the system integration, the bus that we've all been working on that will be sharing information, how quickly we can receive electronic information, how we can store and transmit body-worn camera footage, dash camera footage, real-time camera footage. Those areas, there's some economies of scale that can happen. Most of that happens at the city agency level. You all are doing that work. So I would say that the city of New Orleans is ahead of the curve in finding those efficiencies. But, you know, we just got hit with a whammy in terms of not having the resources to maintain those aspirational goals that you all had laid out.
It's fair to say that municipalities throughout the state could use more state assistance because of the pressures that are on municipalities that many times don't exist in other areas. Could you comment on that? And I know the wording, you know, you rely so much on the state, but can the state do more?
Absolutely, absolutely.
What can the state do to help?
You know, the strategic coordinated deployment of assets, whether it's sending men and women into the jurisdiction to help or sending resources to do that work and measuring those outcomes. And one of the things that we've seen is deployment of assets to the city of New Orleans that are now being redeployed around the state. But those warrants, we receive warrants, just like every other prosecutor's office. And those warrants, that is the state funding that pays prosecutors to do that work. That warrant amount has not changed in years. It's dangerously low because lawyers can make so much more in the private sector. So if public safety is important, then we have to invest in public safety. We have to add more money to it.
So basically, we can assist by lobbying the state for more resources in specific areas that you might help us to identify?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Please let us know, especially this
we'll send you a very specific list and a very specific ask and really be able to explain what we can do with those amounts.
Thank you.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate that. I appreciate also the work that you do outside of your agency with members of the New Orleans Police Department and also on a state and federal level. Could you comment about your relationship and your staff's work with the New Orleans Police Department? For example, the fact that you have district attorneys who work with specific district stations, for example. Could you talk about that?
Certainly. Early on in my tenure as DA, we realized that there was a disconnect between the officers making cases and my lawyers screening cases. That disconnect has really been around since DA's offices have been around. So what we did was we created a district screener model. This was the brainchild of Andre Godin, the former chief of screening, and he created a situation which allowed for a prosecutor to be embedded with, to rely on, lean on, and be there for the officers in each police district across the city, which allowed them to work on those cases together to figure out if something was missing, to go back and get it, whether it was a real-time crime camera or Ring doorbell footage, to make sure we had everything we needed so that we could, one, screen that case faster, and then once it got to court, be able to present a winning case. That model has, I believe, helped police do their work better, and it's helped my prosecutors do their work better. And now there's just a symbiotic relationship between the two that has really, I think, played a pivotal role in reducing crime in this community, because it's a strategic effort from what's happening on the streets to what's happening in the courtroom. And that same thing is happening with the homicide unit and the violent crimes units in the GRIP meetings. The GRIP meetings are meetings that the NOPD holds and coordinates at the hospital. It's a large room where they're working through investigations and cases, and everybody's figuring out what they can do specifically to deliver on that investigation so that it can be fruitful and hopefully bring everybody who's accountable to justice. And it's a beautiful thing because we're the end users of that work product, and we deeply appreciate those convenings by the NOPD. And then we, in turn, have our charge conferences. Chief Durbis is in our grand jury room, the same room that you join us for our no-dice meetings, meeting with the homicide detectives, talking about what we have and what's missing, and what we can do to get a case ready to present to jurors. And then you've got that same thing happen on the no-dice piece. We're talking about place-based crime. Might be the tire shop that you visited. It might be the New Image Market, where both you and Council Member Freddie King were shutting down places that are helping, whether it's illegal gun sales or drug sales, or places that are breeding grounds like the London Lodge for other criminal activity. But having the police in the room with you all, with us, with Ubuntu Village, with the clergy, with Vera, finding ways so that we can deal with place-based crime and communities of hope. I mean, really, that group of clergy members have become a group of warriors in this community in terms of finding places where the next crime might occur, which allows us to go in with the police department and other agencies and city agents to light it up and reduce calls for service. And I know reduced calls for service doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is a big deal because it means that's a victim that never was. That's a case that never was. That's a community that remains whole and intact.
Thank you. Could you comment on the importance of, and thank you very much for your work that you do with especially our police department, the district attorney's office. That sense of trust has resulted in, I guess, many people saying that they know that the DA and the police are working together. There are always going to be some sort of shortcomings, but that's important to the public. It used to be urban legend that the police would write a report and the DA is going to reject it right away.
We had to fix that.
I had to fix that.
Absolutely.
People would say, I'm going to be out tomorrow because the police are going to, write a report and the DA is going to reject it. You can say affirmatively now to the public that the workings between the DA and the police department dispel that myth.
We saw a problem that was a historical problem dating back many administrations where there was sort of an angst between the two agencies. And we have been able to repair that from top leadership to the newest hires of the NOPD and the newest hires of the DA's office.
Thank you very much. Could you comment also on your assistance that you provide through Michelle Jones to victims of crimes? Of course, you know how I certainly have embraced many victims of crime, helped form an organization, Voices of the Victims of Crime, because, of course, that's why our criminal justice system exists, to make sure that people are not victimized, or if they are victimized, that they get the relief that they need in the system. Can you comment on the work that's being done by Michelle Jones and also your victim assistance unit and how important that is?
It's vitally important. The victim witness advocates meet with victims and witnesses whenever, wherever. They have probably the hardest job of anyone in the office. I will tell you that it is grieving mothers and fathers and people who lose their loved ones to violence or people who are brutalized by a predator. They go through a great deal of trauma. And I can tell you that my victim witness advocates, they have to digest that trauma daily. And they do digest it, and they digest it in a way to try to help families navigate probably the worst moments of their lives. And they stay in touch with them before the case is tried, long before the case is tried, and they stick with them many times after the case is resolved in court. It is, that trauma goes and will last a lifetime. But the victim witness advocates, the social workers in my office, they do an amazing job. I wish that we could pay them more. I wish we had more of them. Aspirationally, if we can get to a place, and I know budgetarily we may not be there now, the gold standard would be to figure out a way for our victim witness advocates to get in touch with a victim or a survivor before we even get the referral from the police department. Because as you see right now, an arrest or an incident might happen in January, but we actually don't get the referral for quite some time. And so we don't even have a name to reach out to until we get that case referral. So we could figure out a way to fill that gap so that this person does not feel that vacuum so close in proximity to a horrible incident. That would be the gold standard, and we would be ahead of the curve compared to any other municipality.
Thank you. And my last question is more of a comment. I'm asking for assistance. Thank you, No Dice, for the work that was done relative to the tire shop, relative to enhancing the community around Hardin Park, which involved a lot of work at Annette, for example, at Hope Street, and Annette, that entire community is different. Thank you for identifying properties such as on North Russia Blade, which eventually resulted in an expedited, and Daniel was behind some of that work, his enthusiasm. So he's joined the administration.
Yes.
So, but I just want to tell you that I still look forward to working with No Dice, and I know that you've moved to identifying properties in New Orleans East, but I'm going to make a request for you, and I'm looking toward our public safety officials. At the corner of Algemeyer and Johnny Jackson Boulevard, an intersection that is named for two people who were committed
to amazing stalwarts
in our community. I can't even support a fresh fresh fruit business because of all of the illegal activity that's going around there. And so I'm saying to the person, if he's watching, I'm also saying to members of the New Orleans Police Department, no dice, code enforcement, and the like, that is an area that we need to draw attention to. And I'm asking no dice, and I'm asking you publicly to do so. Whatever it takes, cameras, surveillance, and the like. Within walking distance, a short walking distance from there, we'll soon be welcoming a new school, the Gail and Tom Benson Foundation School at the corner of Carver Rams Way and Desire Parkway. We'll also be dedicating a new stadium soon. We'll be doing a groundbreaking on a new Ninth Ward stadium designed to enhance that community. We have a very active community, and it's not just second lines. It's great social aid and pleasure work. We're going to be doing more work at Sampson Playground. But that community, which has been ignored for so long in the past, not recently, deserves the attention that I'm asking you to give to that intersection. And I'm asking our law enforcement community and also our whatever communities are necessary, code enforcement and the like, to give some attention to that community so that when those children begin coming to that school on August the 5th, their parents don't have to drive by that monstrosity of a criminal element combined area at Algemaier and Johnny Jackson. And I'll leave it at that.
We will direct our attention to that, and I'm very familiar of that area. My parents are both Carver Rams, so I know it well. I was speaking with a former council member, Arnie Falco, this weekend about that new and exciting development coming there.
Yes.
And so lighting it up and protecting it and getting out the criminal element, it needs to be a focus. I can as you know, you went to Hardin Park with us after we worked with our federal partners and the NOPD to clean it up. Our first visit out there, we spent most of our time picking up hypodermic needles from illegal drug use after arrests were made. I was there Wednesday, and it was full of children.
Yes.
Full of 6-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, with teenagers coaching them, with adults overseeing them, with our seniors out on their porches, watching them and enjoying it. So it only took a couple of months to turn a drug-infested area into a place that is historical and meaningful to this community, to a vibrant place for children to live and be and play flag football. It was a beautiful turnaround to see, and I hope that we can do the same thing in that area you're talking about.
I appreciate that. I didn't know that both of your parents were Carver Rams graduates. Well, in behalf of the Carver Rams students who have to walk past there to go to the estates, to their homes, and to other places like that, I feel that I know that you're going to give some attention to that area before that Gail and Tom Benson Foundation School opens, so that those elementary school students and the Carver School students can be able to walk and engage in that community without having to worry about an intersection that has just so many problems, and for people who have so much disregard for that community. I say often, and I represent a great district. It includes the Desire community. It includes the West End with all of its restaurants. If you wouldn't do that in the West End, don't do it in Desire, don't do it in the Ninth Ward. Those people who are bad actors need to have a message sent to them, and I know that you will be able to help send that along with our law enforcement community. I'm asking you in behalf of the students to work with no dice, and let's do something about it.
Yes, sir, we'll do. I had an opportunity to meet the littlest ones over at Clarence Barney Early Head Start program just last week, right in the Desire.
Right.
And they deserve a better environment, and we're going to make sure we do that.
Thank you for your work.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any online comments? Okay. So we have comments for DA's office, from the public, followed by our last two presenters, NOPD and independent police monitor. Thank you all for your patience. This is how we're going to do this. We're going to respect everyone's right to speak and to be heard, or if your comments are not on topic, okay? We are going to call off your mics, and if there is any uproars from the audience, we're going to cut proceed, Councilmember Green and myself are going to exit the room, and who's ever been disruptive will be escorted out of the chambers, and you will not be able to hear the last two presentations. We want everyone to get a chance to speak. We want to respect everyone's time and everyone's right to be heard, okay? So we're going to start the comment section off with Tony Jones.
Hi, I'm Tony. I live in 2111 Domain Street. That's in your district, Mr. King. So I'm glad to hear and support that we're seeing this 50-year low in homicides. That's amazing. We are all here today because we value life. I'm hearing a report that has a strong stance on convictions, and I'm glad that we have this opportunity to have a committee where the public can hear these reports and comment. I understand that the presenters may not always answer questions, but I'm leaving this question up to the DA if he wants to answer it. So there was a case in 2020. It was put for the prosecution was started by Canizero. What we want to know is, when or were you aware of the case against Andrew Gant, the son of NOPD officer Victor Gant, when he was being prosecuted in the court? And if you want to answer that, we would love to hear your answer.
I am aware, and I did meet with Ms. Shanta Scott and others pertaining to this case, and we did direct the case file to the federal authorities as well for them to review for any federal adoption. They did review it, but they did decline to take it further. There was a conviction, I believe, in Section G of Criminal District Court. The sentence was given. There is no double jeopardy between state court and federal court, although the federal government did not move forward with that case.
Ms. Scott, followed by Antonio Marr.
How you doing? This is Ms. Shantae Scott, the mother of Jay Scott. The letter that was sent out to the FBI was a very lenient letter that was sent out to the FBI. I read the letter and looked over the letter, and it didn't give a high demand of actually what had been took place in Jace's case. But I am here today to speak on the importance of accountability within the prosecution process. In my son's case, the DA was horrible. From Leon Canizero to Michael Morales to Sarah Dawkins to Zach Gray, and the victim witness, Allison Margado, she was horrible to me. They didn't help me not one bit, okay? And she's supposed to help the victim. I didn't get any help. All I was doing was being pushed to the side because I had evidence, okay? My son was murdered on November the 24th, 2019, and for 6 years, we have been seeking justice and transparency from NOPD and from the DA's office. I am asking for a review of how my son's case was handled, including charging decisions and overall accountability. No one
Dylan, last name. No, your mic has been cut, Miss Scott. Last name Dylan, 1631 Mariner Street. Last name Dylan, 1631 Mariner Street. Ms. Dillon. Sorry, Ms. Scott. Ms. Dillon now has the floor. The mic was cut because it wasn't germane. Right. So we're going to leave the chambers now, Councilman Green.
My name is Genevieve Dillon. I live at 1631 Marigny Street, New Orleans in St. Roch. My friend Richie Smith was murdered on January 7th, 2023 by my neighbor, Jason. I wasn't going to get up here to talk today, but when I saw you walk in the room, I had to. I have written to you. You may remember the thumb drive I dropped off, the t-shirt that said, "I live here." Those were Richie's last words. He was telling his murderer, "I live here, I live here." And the guy killed him, point blank, shot him right in his chest. He dropped dead in front of my house. It's hard to follow what's going on here because I have been by Richie's mother's side 3 years. I have met with, oh boy, I've been in the grand jury room a couple of times. I've met with Kendrick Thomas, Sharon Dupree, Sergeant Hyatt, Detective Rob Barreri, Kevin Burns, and of course, Abigail McDonald. We put together an 80-page comprehensive report with live links to video and audio, 911 calls that showcased this murderer's horrible, violent history of arrests, threats over the phone to 911 operators, threatening to put bullets in people's heads. Previous neighbors came out and they said, "We always knew one day this guy was going to kill someone," and he did. And nothing happened so far. And we're so hopeful. Jason, I'm so happy to be able to talk to you, but I'm also so frustrated with how this whole thing has gone down. And I want to reach out to you again. I want you to remember, just remember Richie. He was a really good person. He was a nonviolent person. They were night and day, and he's gone.
Ms. Marr. Thank you, Ms. Dillon. Ms. Marr.
My name is Antonia Moore, 2522 Harp Street. I'm glad that, like Tony Jones was saying, the crime rate is down. And I'm also glad that NOPD homicide is also being talked about in this case in terms of bringing killers to justice. I think basically we're all here. You can all read our T-shirts. We're here for getting justice for Jace. I think what I want to talk about is the DA's office's role in charging officers who also violate the law. Officers are civil servants. They serve us. We pay their paychecks, as we do pay the paychecks of all city officials. And we know that, there's been a lot of scandals and stuff going on in the NOPD about payroll fraud. Just recently, a lot of cases about malfeasance in office. There was the arrest of Terrence Johnson in March 2026, Chad Cochran, Sergeant Henry Burke, related to different counts of payroll fraud, malfeasance in office. And I just want to use my time to say that we still need the help of the DA's office as much as we appreciate, NOPD and DA working together to get justice for families. Part of what we're doing here is also victim advocacy. And it does take a toll on the victim and on those who are standing alongside her. We want an investigation of NOPD officer Victor Canton Jr. We know his history in the office. He, in 2006, he had a role in the murder of Joan Alter.
Next, we'll have Mr. Bert. Is it Lodrig? Bert Lodrig has the floor. All right, Mr. Lodrig not going to speak. We're going to go to our next presenters, NOPD. Thank you, DA Williams, for your presentation.
Mr. DA.
NOPD, the floor is yours.
NOPD. Okay, Chief.
NOPD, the floor is yours. NOPD, whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, so Chairman King and Councilmember Green, we're going to actually get to the heart of the issue, so I may be skipping over some particular slides, so we're going to get going here. You know, I'm joined with two of our chiefs, Chief Landry, and then the Assistant Chief Gantier, two of our captains, Captain Palumbo and Captain Mishu. So let's get into it. All right. These are the topics I'm going to basically cover, but I'm going to jump over particularly crime statistics because you got those already from the DA. So let's begin with one of the more important issues associated with the French Quarter, follow up on the terrorist attack and associated with barriers. I think all of our council members have been kept up to breast, but we do want the public to know that we are still working on the city choosing the right type of barriers to make the Bourbon Street corridor safer, the promenade safer. We've, for the last year and over a year, we've met with many stakeholders, particularly in the French Quarter, and we have now made a proposal to the city for 18 permanent barriers along Bourbon Street and Jackson Square. The issue of actually finalizing this project is associated with bond money now. It's just the funding. I know that we've looked at all kinds of systems, and in the end, it was a decision by council with recommendations by experts as well as ourselves. So that's where we stand today, is a funding source, which would be through the bonds to pay for 18 barriers. All right, let's talk about the transition associated with the council's direction to me. At the last council meeting right before Christmas, we had been asked and directed, not only by the council, but by our executive, Mayor Moreno, to transfer the parking and the tow functions from the Department of Public Works over to NOPD. And it is not that simple, as we all know. There were a total of 88 employees that would be affected by that move to NOPD. We had to do a background check, not the same level of background that we would do for a police officer, but still we're required to do background checks to bring someone under the umbrella of the New Orleans Police Department. Of the 88, 77 of the 88 are eligible for transfer over to the NOPD. There is a requirement for the council to make some ordinance changes first, and you've got that scheduled at the end of this month, at the end of April and or early May. So we actually expect to bring over and make the transfer official in the month of May. Next were the crime stats, but I'm jumping over those because I think the DA did a good job of expressing the numbers. The DA did a good job in talking to you about the holistic approach to our crime strategies, specifically about no dice and grip. So I'm not going to repeat what those strategies are because he did a very good job of addressing it. The one, though, that we are going to be adding to our strategy is the last bullet up there, and that is we're going to collaborate and partner with Thomas Apt, who is the founder of the Violence Reduction Center, Both the DA I had been familiar with Thomas Apt before coming to New Orleans, and his work on urban crime violence, particularly gun violence. So I was familiar with him. Commissioner Daniel Shanks will kind of spearhead this new partnership that we will be having with Thomas Apt. In essence, it's evidence-based precision policing, and it's an add-on to the strategies we're doing today. I want to give you a quick update about technology. So in 2025, you may be aware, just to bring our public viewing audience up to speed, the New Orleans Police Department finally went to a brand new records management system. It is now fully implemented. It was completely implemented in November of 2025, and that records management system is called Mark 43. What it allowed us to do is to come into compliance to be what we call NIBRS compliant with the nation. It's how we report our crime statistics nationally, but it also serves us locally as well as specifically to the police department, how we do our crime reports. We also had a new system called Peregrine, and as you can see, it allows our officers and staff to use a system that will help us, I think the easiest way to articulate, search old cases so much faster when we're looking for specific information. We can go through the databases and pull information from several different databases into one. So it speeds, is very, very efficient, and it helps us do our work faster and more efficiently would be the best way to address Peregrine. ShotSpotter, as you were aware, was something that when I came into New Orleans or onto the New Orleans Police Department, you as a council at that time were interested in the ShotSpotter program. I had had experience with ShotSpotter. You have had ShotSpotter in the past. So we decided that we would pilot ShotSpotter again. However, we are going to recommend and have already recommended that we would not go forward with ShotSpotter at this particular time. And so we have discontinued the program. And then last technology update is that we have engaged in a new contract prior to 2026 with a company called Sigma Square, and it is going to be utilized to help us look at old homicide cases, cold cases. It does have a potential application to help us with overtime management as well. It's an interesting technology and one that I would just say if you want more information, we can do it offline. That's our technology updates. The biggest issue that has been hanging over the police department for a long time has to do with staffing, and I thought I would give you an update on our recruitment efforts. We did have new leadership put over the recruitment unit, and it was natural transition because Nicole Powell left us and went to the Seattle Police Department, and she had been the lieutenant over the recruitment division, and I put a captain over it. So the transition was a normal one, but due to Nicole Powell's leaving us. We have done quite a bit of retooling our recruitment efforts. We are going to be presenting publicly our new website. We've started doing TikTok videos to try to be compliant, kind of up to speed with how people and young people look for opportunities. We have something that we have learned as well is that Indeed is the largest platform out there that people look to for job opportunities. Thank you to the city for financially funding that for us. So we are now up on the Indeed platform. As a direct result, we have had 77% increase of applicants. That speaks for itself. We have also been able to increase our test takers. So the key to recruitment is how many people apply. That's the key. So it's great that you apply, but then we got to move you through the process, and the very next step is test taking. So we've increased that by 72%. We are going to be one of the only agencies in this country, I know of no others, in which we are now advertising for part-time police officers. I'll take 2 part-timers that give me 1 whole officer than to have no officer. So we're looking to do that. All right, let's move on. Here are the results of some of our efforts. So class 206 just graduated last week, and we had 27. We have class 207 is in process. 28 recruits are in that class. We expect them to graduate in July. We are starting next week a brand new class. We have 18 in that class right now, but we have 19 who are in meds and psychs as we speak. So we may be able to get more in by the start of the class on Monday. We also have 1 lateral officer in the class. So I want you to know that we now, as of this morning, the very top bullet up there, we have 895 sworn commissioned officers with us. We have a total staff of 1,274. Right now, we are have experienced 14 separations, and that is either due to retirement or some other reason why a person has left this police department. So we've had 14 to date, and 7 from our professional staff. I am presently working toward putting together what is, I would call, just for the sake of today, a police support technician program. And this is that pipeline we talked about, like cadets, to get them into some formal program that would lead into becoming a full-time police officer. Memphis has the police support technician program. Many agencies around the country have it. They primarily do traffic support, as well as they could support us in special events. We're working toward that. It would require some funding. It would require, I believe, an ordinance change that would give us the ability to give them some authority. Facility needs are other big issue. You already know these issues, but I'm going to just hit on them very quickly. Our most critical facility that is, we need a new facility would be property and evidence. That's our most critical building. The academy, we've outgrown it, especially with our push to hire new people. Just to give you an example, you all know this, we're spending a lot of good money after facilities that keep breaking down. So as an example, the AC, the air conditioning alone for the police academy is $450,000. On our driving course and the other location in far east New Orleans, there are no restrooms. And so when you have several recruits and staff out there on that driving course and there's nowhere to use a restroom, or you have to hike it across 2 football fields to even get to a restroom, those are problems with the academy. You know there's on the table the potential opportunity to go to a new location, and that is something for y'all we'll discuss offline. The 6th and the 1st District have restroom problems. We fixed their air conditioning, but now occasionally their restrooms go totally out. And when you have 80 people in one district who cannot use a restroom, that's major problems with facilities. And that's kind of, I'm a big believer in regionalization. So for training, I would like to look at a regional approach as well as facility needs. All right. Our headquarters infrastructure update, we still need to find a place associated with our sex offenders and our IT. We cannot bring sex offenders into the headquarters, and you knew that. But the most pressing issue on infrastructure would be the crime lab. The 4th floor's renovation, that would be for our DNA. And that is a capital budget improvement issue. I think the last number I heard was $10 million to fix that floor. And then we have before you a lab request, a hiring request. We need a total of 3 scientists to be able to come into the lab to be DNA scientists, or we cannot get accredited. Overtime is the other big issue for you. I would say NOPD has done a very, very good job of reducing the overtime. You gave us a budget of 23 million, which I appreciated. You gave me a budget, and I told you if you give me a budget, I can manage toward that budget. We are having to cut back on how many officers we put out on these special events particularly, but we are managing within the budget you gave us, and you can see we've spent $6,400,000 so far on the first quarter of the year, and that's it.
Councilman Green.
I think that your report is self-explanatory. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank the members of the New Orleans Police Department for the work that you've been doing, especially some of that work that has resulted in arrest for homicides, for example. That's part of the process of helping to make our city safer, making sure that those who don't respect others, who engage in crimes, especially crimes against other persons, are held accountable. I want to also commend members of the New Orleans Police Department for what I see in terms of your presence at special events. It just so happens that I represent a district that includes a couple of second lines that took place recently, and I'm pleased that your officers engage the participants and the community, and that they're at the front, the middle, and the back, very honestly. And we've had events such as the Revolution Second Line and other second lines that have taken place that have been done well. I don't know the full report from yesterday, the Downtown Super Sunday, but I appreciate the police presence, and tell me if I'm missing something. I don't remember that there was incidents that I should be concerned about. Good. Thank you. I don't want to speak and then that not be the case. So we had an event yesterday that attracted tens of thousands of people with law enforcement officers at the back and at the front, at the back, and at strategic locations. Getting along with members of the community well, communicating with them well. I want to say how much I appreciate that and how much I see it. As I look at the crime statistics, as I look at the differences between just a couple of years ago and now, especially 2022 versus now, it actually is a very, very significant, and almost for our city, almost a remarkable turnaround. For example, we were looking at scores of carjackings just a couple of years ago. We're still too high. It's 17 carjackings this year, but it's like versus 100 and some just a couple of years ago. Those statistics moving in the right direction are more than just statistics. That's people who are less victimized by crime, people who can feel that they can go inside and come outside and not have to worry about being carjacked, that they don't hear as many gunshots in their communities. A lot of that work is because our first responders are there. You responded quickly. Yesterday I witnessed an unfortunate accident on Claiborne Avenue where a motorcyclist crashed into a car and was flipped over his motorcycle within a very short period of time. As very difficult as it was to traverse that area because of the aftermath of the continuing party that was going on Claiborne. Members of the New Orleans Police Department were there to make sure that that person could be stabilized and also to direct traffic so that there wouldn't be any interruptions. Those are the things that people don't see. It's not going to be recorded. I want to let you know that I see it, and I appreciate that. And congratulations to the recruitment class. I know a couple of the recruitment staff. I know a couple of the recruits of the last class, 206, including someone who I never thought would be a member of the New Orleans Police Department. But he chose to because, as he mentioned, he sees progress and he wants to be part of making our city safer. So thank you for your presentations and your availability. And know that whatever I can do to assist, I will do to assist. I also want to encourage us to continue to work with the state officials because there are so many resources available on the state level. I don't think that we tap because we don't ask for it. I don't want to see us slow down any in any way relative to making sure our citizens are safer, but let's use that resource to the best of our ability. So thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. We are going to limit the number of comments. I was told we can add them, just put them in the record. So we're going to have comments from Mr. Belden Baptiste and from Ms. Scott. The rest will be in the record. We're going to do 2 for independent police monitor when they finish presenting. So, Mr. Baptiste, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Councilman. Let me know if I go out the scope of not talking about the police. First of all, I want to address Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick. Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, you can answer the question. You don't have to answer it. I want to know, how could you be at the Inspector General violating the Police Bill of Rights? And you know what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, Councilman Freddie King, is they got a Bill of Rights by the police. Ms. Kirkpatrick is conspiring with the Inspector General to take certain police cases so the Inspector General don't have to follow the Bill of Rights. But if you're investigating, you got to file the Police Bill of Rights. This Inspector General is not. I'm so glad we got a police chief by the name of Michael Harrison to be over Homeland Security, and I hope he really listening to what I said, because he know about the Police Bill of Rights. She have violated that since she been there. That's number one. Number two, I want to talk about this police overtime. Now, we know 2 cops did the wrong thing, and I agree. They got $500,000. But you're going to tell me about the white cops, Ms. Kirkpatrick, and you know what I'm talking about. They have did the same thing, Mr. King, so we can't have double standards with the NOPD. If the blacks broke the law, why are the whites not being held accountable? My third thing before I close. We wrote you, Ms. Kirkpatrick, about racism. This cop stand here as the second in charge, Hines Gutley, when he beat the black men in the bar and pointed a gun on them. 12 of the officers to this day with the Beachcomber Cafe. This man, Hines Gutley, has not been held accountable. Y'all put him all across the city like he's the great white hope. But he treated black officers wrong. Something is wrong with that, Ms. Kirkpatrick. And let me tell you, Noni hopes you resign, because I'm
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baptiste. All right. Our last public comment for NOPD would be Ms. Scott. 2 minutes, Ms. Scott.
Hi, again, my name is Ms. Shantae Scott. I want to address the issue of police policy and accountability. My son was murdered by NOPD officer Victor Gant's son, Andrew Gant, on November 24, 2019, and serious questions remain about how that situation was handled.
So, Ms. Scott, your comments were deemed to be not germane. We're going to move on to the last. We're going to move on to the mic's been cut, not by me. So the next comment. Thank you, NOPD. Thank you. What? Independent police monitor is up next.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much for your work. We appreciate it.
All right, we're going to go on to our final presentation by the independent police monitor. We won't have any public comments following this presentation. The ones we do have been given to Ms. Anita to be into the record, inserted into the record.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here.
Chris. So again, thank you to the council. We appreciate the opportunity to present our data and the updates from our work from the last quarter of 2026, or I guess I should say the first quarter of 2026. I'm Stella Cement, the independent police monitor for the city of New Orleans, and I'm joined by Chriselle Williams, our deputy police monitor. Today we're going to provide an overview of relevant oversight data and then provide a brief status update on some projects and work out of the Office of the Independent Police Monitor. So with that, we'll begin. There we go. So as I said, we're going to present our data, and then we're going to present a brief overview of some projects that we've been working on and some work out of the OIPM. So Chriselle will present our data snapshot from 2026.
Good morning. Good afternoon now. Like Stella said, I'm going to walk you through a quick snapshot of our data from 2026. This data that you're seeing is reflecting the real-time data across complaints, use of force, and community engagement of our office. Our goal here is to give you a clear sense of both our workload and where we are having an impact in the city. And I'll start with complaints, which is the primary way that the public interacts with our office. So we try to make the complaint process in our office as accessible as possible, where community members can come into our office in person and submit complaints or call or text our 24-hour hotline, which Stella will talk about separately, or they can submit directly through our website. So far this year, we've received 105 complaints of officer misconduct. The vast majority of the complaints, as you can see, have come from the community members, which shows that the public is aware of our office and how we take complaints. We receive complaints through multiple intake methods, and we monitor this data to make sure we're reaching people across the city. If you look at our on-trend data, you can see how complaint volume has shifted from year to year. Our year-to-date complaint total, which again is 105, has already surpassed the yearly complaint total of 88 in 2025 due to a number of complaints we received regarding facial recognition usage. We also track complaints by districts, which lets us see what's happening around the city geographically. This data reflects where the alleged misconduct occurred based on complaint reports, and it includes only incidents that are tied to physical location. So this helps us identify patterns and allows us to focus on outreach and oversight where it may be needed most. District 8 has the highest number of complaints, which is consistent with the higher volume of activity and visitors in that area, which is not concerning to us at all. Our next slide is for use of force and critical incidents, and this is one of the most critical parts of our work. We respond 24 hours a day and monitor level 4 critical incidents, which include officer-involved shootings, deaths in custody, and serious use of force. And so far this year, we've monitored one critical incident, which was an officer-involved shooting, which resulted in one firearm discharge. And we also monitored 2 additional force monitoring incidents that our office actually went out to the scene for, but they did not rise to the level of level 4 critical incident. Our role on scene is to observe and ensure that the investigation is handled properly in line with policy. We also participate in the use of force review board, where level 4 and other serious uses of force are reviewed and evaluated. That process is important because it determines whether the force was within policy, practice, and training. And oversight here is especially important because these decisions happen in rooms where civilians are not present. And while we're not voting members, we serve as an independent voice to help ensure transparency and accountability. The next one is we actually do disciplinary hearings and accommodations, review disciplinary investigations that go before hearings and superintendent panels. Our role here is to assess whether investigations are thorough, timely, and complying with policy and law.
So far this year, we received 14 hearing notifications. And we don't just observe these hearings. We provide recommendations both in writing and during deliberations to members of the panels who are making disciplinary recommendations to the superintendent. We also track commendations, which are positive interactions between officers and the community. Oversight is not just about misconduct, but it's also recognizing good policing and what NOPD is doing well. This year so far, unfortunately, we have not received any commendation requests, but it's still only the first quarter, and we do welcome all feedback. The next slide focuses on mediation and community liaison work. Our mediation program is a key alternative to traditional complaint process. Instead of going straight to an investigation, mediation allows for direct dialogue between officers and community members. So far this year, we've held 7 mediations and already have 1 pending for the month of April. We also assist community members in navigating the police system. That can include helping with questions about ongoing investigations, answering general questions about complaint process, or connecting them with the right resources. We've had 6 community liaisons as well as 6 contact-only interactions this year. Community outreach and public engagement. Community engagement is required and essential part of our work. We are required to meet regularly across all council districts with police associations, but we also go beyond that. So far this year, we've held or attended 19 community outreach events. In the month of March alone, we've attended and held 12 events. That includes our Coffee with the IPM, trying to be present at the Ubuntu Village, Healing the Block Party, as well as the St. Rock Party this past weekend. So we try to engage with a wide range of groups, community organizations, NOPD, and elected officials, and others. That helps us stay connected to what people are experiencing on the ground. And lastly, Monitor's Mic. Monitor's Mic was a great platform to passively reach New Orleans and share important information about policing and oversight. The live show has ended in January due to budget cuts, but we were fortunate enough to have Chief Ann Kirkpatrick as our final guest on the show. However, the episodes are still archived and still available on our website as well as Spotify, if you just search for Monitor's Mic on Spotify. Overall, our goal with this show is to make oversight visible, accessible, and meaningful to the public. And with that overview of our work and data so far in 2026, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Stella.
Thank you. And I just want to remind everyone that you can look up our work, including our 2026 work plan, online. All of our monthly reports are put online, and we are now doing summaries on our social media accounts. And here's all the information to be able to follow us on our social media accounts. So now I'm going to move on to discussing some of our relevant work and project updates. First, I would like to say a brief word about the independent police monitor appointment process. There was an article that was posted on NOLA.com at the beginning of March regarding the appointment of the independent police monitor, which is right now me. So I would just like to answer a couple questions that we've received from the public since that article was posted. The independent police monitor is an appointed position. It serves in 4-year terms. The Ethics Review Board is the appointing authority for the independent police monitor and for the Inspector General. So the Ethics Review Board is responsible for selecting an independent police monitor. The selection of an independent police monitor must be compliant with the Home Rule Charter, and I have the article number there. It requires that a national search is conducted for the independent police monitor, and then it gives discretion to the Ethics Review Board to be able to reappoint the independent police monitor to additional terms. There are specific requirements for the independent police monitor. It requires that it be an attorney with substantial experience in particular areas of law, including criminal law, constitutional law, civil rights law, and administrative law, or an individual that preferably has a master's degree and 5 years experience in law enforcement oversight. The position requires that they have knowledge of law enforcement, particularly of internal processes regarding uses of force and discipline. It is a position that requires a high a high amount of integrity and sound judgment, and awareness of the different demands and social economic situation of New Orleans, the diversity of New Orleans, the cultural traditions of New Orleans, and an ability to work with the various stakeholders that have to do with this office, including law enforcement, the community, and governmental stakeholders. I was formally appointed to be the independent police monitor after a national search in April 2022. My 4-year term is done this year. It just happens to coincide with the new mayor and with her selection of departmental leaders, but those two processes are not actually related. I have not resigned the position. I did formally request reappointment in March, and the public can learn more about that process by attending Ethics Review Board meetings or going onto their website and following along in the process. It will all be public. And for people that are curious, the Ethics Review Board is made up of appointed individuals that represent the different higher education institutions in New Orleans. So an individual is appointed from Loyola University, Xavier University, Tulane, Dillard, Southern University in New Orleans, UNO, and then one chair is appointed by the mayor's office. So it makes up 7 members who serve 6-year terms. An additional relevant update that I would like to notify the public of is that we do have an RFP up and live for general counsel for the Office of the Independent Police Monitor. This is a contractor position. You can learn more by going to our site and reviewing the RFP. We're looking for any attorney with experience in governmental and administrative systems to consider whether this is an appropriate position for you. The deadline is April 20th, and we encourage all to apply. Additionally, our hotline is live. We want to remind everyone that they can call or text 1-877-225-OIPM. That's 225-6476, OIPM. You can submit via text, online, or phone, and we take accounts of officer misconduct or accounts of positive policing. So please let us know about your interactions with the NOPD. In 2026, we released our OIPM work plan to the public and to all of our stakeholders. In 2026, we have a lot of big goals. We would like to generate more work product that outlines the work that's being done at the Use of Force Review Board and the disciplinary hearings that are held by NOPD. We would like to finish building our virtual public archive, which we started in 2025, and our database that we share with the NOPD to release police misconduct award and force data. We are continuing community outreach and prioritizing collaborations with partners. I really appreciated the work that we heard about this morning regarding the 10 pillars, and I would like to say that OIPM would like to partner to be able to collaborate with those efforts, because we agreed with the coordinate with purpose idea and spirit to ensure that families understand how to navigate the complicated systems in the criminal justice world, from courtrooms to police interactions. And we think our office could play a role in that. We also want to create policy and launch a pilot for peer-to-peer mediation, for internal mediation for NOPD employees. We want to expand our district-based mediation pilot, which I will discuss more on the next slide. And we want to generate more public-facing work product. In 2026, we monitored Mardi Gras, policing during Mardi Gras, and we released an updated guide to policing differences during Mardi Gras season. That's available on our website. We also participated in public safety walks. We were able to observe and monitor how NOPD was utilizing drones to provide public safety on the parade routes, and we were able to watch the mounted unit and NOPD officers break up a fight that also included an individual who had a weapon. And they were able to promptly break up that fight before it resulted in the use of that gun. And so we commend them on that effort, and it was great to be able to monitor how they were able to quickly disperse a fight and ensure that it didn't result in a stampede or in anything else that could cause public harm.
Well, there are your multiple candidates for commendation.
Yes, yes, very true. Speaking accommodations and recognizing good work within the NOPD, we now sponsor a constitutional policing award, which we just gave out on Friday to a recruit within class 206. This is the second award we've been able to give out. And the Constitutional Policing Award is an award that is assessed and selected through NOPD's Academy to the recruit that best demonstrates the ability to be able to put into practice constitutional policing, including identifying reasonable, to be able to recognize all of the policy and legal guidance that is required for reasonable doubt, for reasonable suspicion, for appropriate searches and seizures, and for appropriate uses of force. So again, we appreciate the partnership that we have with the Academy to be able to recognize a recruit in this regard. And then finally, we are expanding the community district mediation program. Jason Williams, our district attorney, mentioned that that he wants to reduce calls, unnecessary calls to the police, and ensure that there's the case that never was. Well, this is our way to also participate in that effort by ensuring that the community has a way to be able to resolve conflicts, ongoing conflicts, and ensure that there's also another case that never was, that effectively an individual is able to resolve their conflict with use of our mediation program. So that way they don't need to call 911 when it's not necessary, and they're able to resolve the underlying conflict. So with that, are there any questions for the Office of the Independent Police Monitor?
Well, yes, I think that was a very important slide. I'd like a little bit more information. Obviously, you're talking about, well, tell me what you mean. You're going to hire conflict negotiators to be in the community out of your office, and do you have the resources for that, and are you going to ask the state for assistance? That's my question all year.
Yes, so we do have the resources for that. So we train, every year we have a cohort of trained mediators, and we have those mediators available for our community police mediation program. So now what we're doing is expanding that to include conflicts that might occur between community members. So we already have all of the trained mediators that are contractors for our office. We already have the contracts in place. We already have the budget for those individuals. Right now, we have not received a lot of demand for this program, but it is still in its beginning phases. So we're hopeful that it will expand as people learn that it's available. And then we'll be able to determine if in the future we need to apply for grants to be able to support the program continuing. But right now, it's really in place for individuals who might be utilizing police services to be able to negotiate conflict resolution. And after talking to district captains and to officers located in our police districts, they don't feel that they have the skills, the time, and the ability to be able to constantly go out to those scenes to be able to negotiate between arguing neighbors or a homeowner and a business that's located nearby about like trash pickup or noise concerns. And so what we're doing is stepping in so that way the police department doesn't have to keep going out for the same issue over and over and over again. And they're really not equipped to be able to sit down with the two arguing parties and be able to have a thorough conversation about like, how do we move forward? How do we coexist together? And what we're saying is that we should be tagged in and be able to provide those services instead. So our NOPD officers actually have small business cards that have all of the information about this program on them. They carry them whenever they're doing any type of walking the beat or when they're responding to calls. And if they see individuals that they think might qualify, they hand them the card. We also put up signs in all of the police districts, NORD centers, and libraries to be able to notify the public of this important program.
And I just would like to add to that.
Yeah.
On Saturday, when I table at Healing the Block in Cutoff,
Yeah, so you,
a lot
so
of
you there.
sorry.
I was able to.
Yeah.
I saw you there. Yes.
A lot of community members were very interested in that program when they finally heard about that. There were a lot of members of the community talking about how they have ongoing conflicts with certain people in their neighborhood, or even domestic conflicts with people in their homes, that they would like to actually get out services and reach out to us for that. So I think it's a good idea to be able to expand this program to, right now we're currently, I believe, in the 2nd and 6th.
Yes, but we're expanding
We're
it.
going to expand it to the rest of the districts, and it was just a very interesting thing that people wanted to hear more and more about, I noticed on Saturday.
And it, again, is another chance to be able to collaborate with the principles that we heard about with the 10 pillars, when they were talking about support for individuals that are returning from incarceration and how there might be conflict there as individuals transition back to their lives. You know, this is a service that might be beneficial for people to consider if they're having conflict as they're acclimating back to our community. We want to make sure that they have support, and this is one way to be able to support them. So again, we would love to be considered as you're thinking about how do we comprehensively together collaborate on how to best serve our community. This is one of those ways.
Well, I have a case for you today that I'll give you of someone in the community who complains that there is a resident who every time someone passes in front of her crime camera, she calls the police, but it's on her house.
Yes.
And she's got a conflict with the entire community, but the police can't keep going back every time she calls. She may have a little bit of a challenge here, but maybe that's a worthy thing to say if you want to look at it.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, just simply providing information about what the police can and can't do in a non-judgmental environment is sometimes enough. Because, you know, I think so many people, you rely on the muscles you have, and the NOPD might be an overdeveloped muscle for our public. And so what we're trying to give them is options. So that way they don't have to dial 911, and they don't have to engage with our already overworked police department.
Okay. Can you go back to the 105 figure, which is 105 additional incidents, or the number of incidents of complaints? Because I want to make sure that we don't have a big headline making it seem as if, you know, something is out of control. Could you explain that number again? And you said that it might be tied to a particular fact.
Yes. So we have received an increase in complaints of officer misconduct. The majority of the complaints that we've received has been about the use of facial recognition technology by NOPD officers. So now with public record information, there's different organizations and individuals in the community.
But it's not 105 instances of facial recognition being used.
No, it is not necessarily 105 individual incidents of facial recognition being used. So it might be about different times that facial recognition was used, or different individuals who might have received information about matches on facial recognition software and then chose to take police action once receiving that information based on public records. So if like 5 officers receive that information, there might be 5 complaints filed about those 5 officers who received that information.
So is that something, for example, that it also involves complaints when people are, first off, I don't know, tell me why that would trigger someone. How would they get triggered? Somebody would send them a letter saying, your face has been identified, or just tell me what would happen.
So the majority...
Tell the public what would happen, because I want to make sure we understand that there are safeguards against the use of facial recognition.
There are safeguards against the use of facial recognition software. The majority of these complaints are coming from information that's in the in public spaces. So this might be every single time that, say, for example, Project NOLA posts on their Facebook account that they were a partner in an arrest in the French Quarter. There might be community groups or individuals who will see that information and then take that information and file a complaint that NOPD utilized information provided by Project NOLA to be able to officiate an arrest.
Right, but in order for them to use it, there's a check mechanism that, or safeguards that we put in place. So the number of I'm always curious as to when we get down to the bottom line, how many times have NOPD officers used facial recognition? I mean, 105 complaints based on Project NOLA, for example, which is a private concern, which puts out notices all the time. I see them because that's what they kind of do. But it doesn't necessarily, for example, they are involved with the state, officials and federal officials. They provide information. So that doesn't mean that NOPD, because I'm concerned about New Orleans Police Department and New Orleans Police, doesn't mean that there are 105 instances of them using facial recognition. It is complaints, and it may not necessarily be that it was New Orleans Police Department
This is also spanning a period of time, so these might be about uses of this, or like documented receiving of that information from, potentially last year or longer than that.
It doesn't necessarily mean that it came, like the complaint is not necessarily about the use of facial recognition this year. Some of them are spanning from, we did this public records request, we see this information, this happened in 2024. This happened on this date in 2024. So just because we received them this year does not mean that they actually occurred this year.
Okay.
And the other thing is these are allegations, these are not sustained complaints. So at this time, we're not saying 105 times NOPD has been found to be in violation of facial recognition's software policy.
Right.
We're saying that an individual has raised a complaint, which effectively is like raising an inquiry.
Right.
Look at this.
And someone can raise a complaint even when the police are using it correctly, when they've gone through the safeguard mechanism and the like. And I'm always interested in the resolution of the matter. How many instances where they're found, I'm sure that the number is 0, but maybe I'm wrong, of the members of the New Orleans Police Department violating facial recognition policy. I think that there aren't many.
There are not many at this time.
Any?
There are not many.
Any?
There are some.
There are some.
There are some.
Sustained violations of use of facial recognition?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Over how many? Over what time period?
I would say like a handful. Like.
No, over what time period?
Over the time period that people have been looking at, which has mostly been 2025 and 2024. I don't believe there's anything from 2023 at this time.
No, I don't know anything from 2023, but only one I can say definitively, Councilmember Green, we'll have to actually look. I don't want to misspeak and give you a wrong number, but definitively I can say I do know one that has been sustained this year. I'm not sure if there's have been any more, but that's something that we can look into and get back to you.
Yeah, I want to get back. I want to be able to answer the public. I think that by me asking the question, we've been able to answer it. I don't want anybody to think there are 105 instances of the NOPD using facial recognition that the community is identified as something that is sustainable. That's all.
Of course.
Okay, if there's anything else that you think that I need, because you know that that's a topic that I'm interested in. Because on the other hand, I will tell you that there have been instances where facial recognition has been used, for example, with the Bywater arsonist to identify, y'all don't have to necessarily acknowledge this, but I happen to know that facial recognition was used to identify the Bywater arsonist who is now on federal charges, but that's just a whole nother issue. But I just wanted to clarify that before I get calls and before people start using a number that doesn't equate to the realities of the sustainability. That's all. Okay, thank you. All right. Did you all sign your new lease?
Yes, but I believe it's held up right now.
It's expired, isn't it?
Yes, but I believe it's held up. Something about maybe providing some additional documents, or the property manager has to provide some additional documents to the city, I believe.
That's fine. Okay.
Like regarding like insurance or something.
Okay.
All right. Any online comments? Shanita? No. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Unfortunately, we don't have enough council members to adjourn, so.
So this meeting is perpetual. We can't adjourn. I'm just joking. It's fine. It's over.
It goes on forever. Thank you so much.
Not adjournable. Mr. Council, come into my office.